Well, hopefully everything is working. My live hasn't come up on my other computer yet, so we're going to wait on that just a second. There we go. Okay, so it is working. And as you can see, we have a slightly different background than usual. My friend Jonathan, who every now and then invites me to go live through his software. We did this a few months back. And one of the great things that happened was I got to meet somebody new, which I haven't seen lately, but his name is Lou. And he's a guy that's in his 60s, but looks like he's in his 40s and was doing the sustainable carnivore lifestyle similar to me. And we're going to see if we maybe will meet some more interesting people here because unlike my normal way, which is using my computer and some pretty basic open source software. We're using Jonathan's StreamYard. Now, I can't put a lot of my old fashioned stuff in here because my computer is a little bit limited. And when I try to run StreamYard at the same time that I run OBS, my computer will do some really strange things. And that's even before my assistant, Mr. Milton, comes in to help me out. And I can see that Jonathan has made a sort of Miami Vice background. There's a 68 Charger down here, and over there is what looks like Milton's tail. So things are doing quite well. But anyway, I just wanted to say good morning to everyone, and I'm looking at some of the comments here. Now, it looks like YouTube played a little game with some of the comments because I know that Wendy, I think, had made the first comment, but looks like YouTube, well, actually, yeah, it took it away. So Thomas, I believe, is going to be the first comment. Well, let me scroll down all the way. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put my comments live on my YouTube screen, which is up on the TV. And then on this one, I'm going to go through the comments like I normally do. And I guess no one has complained about the audio or any other problems. And I see my usual friends are here, which is really good. And I appreciate that. So, anyway, let me go to the comments. Now, again, this will be a little different. We won't be using the usual scenes, but the first comment that I have here is from our friend Thomas. Just wanted to say hello, everyone. I will be working until 11, so I will try to make it. Well, I'm glad that you had sort of chimed in and said hello, and I really appreciate that. And then I made this comment over here. And let's see, Brian Dish is the next comment. Good morning, Rick and Jonathan. Now, my understanding is that Jonathan is at the gym or on his way to the gym doing his workout. And when he gets back, he will drop in and he will be over there or here or wherever he wants to be. Because in my part of the carnivore world, I always default to whatever Jonathan wants to do. And that's kind of the way that I like to do things. I don't want to get Jonathan mad. Anyway, and we have Manda the Carnivore has dropped in. And let's see who else we have. Yes, we have a hello from her to Thomas and to Brian. And we have Retired Rick, Carnivore 69. Hi, Rick and everyone. I'm down southern Illinois running coyotes at the restaurant. Now eating breakfast is how I got Wi-Fi. Thumbs up. Okay. I don't know if coyote is some type of car or some type of other vehicle, or if he's talking about the animal, but I'm sure you will explain. And during the time when everybody was, let me see, hold on a second. There we go. Okay. During the time when everyone was waiting, I encourage you to check out our friend Dan's channel, and he's over there doing a rather interesting monologue. And there is Mike Seeley Jr. from Tampa Bay. And here is Jonathan. Hello, folks. I'll be joining in when I can. Might be eating live on air. Well, if you are, you're not the only one that eats live on air. It's a bad habit of mine. I've eaten live on air many, many, many times. It's part of my, as Mitch would say, shtick. I'm eating. You might find me catch me eating raw meat or eating an iguana or eating some heart attack chicken or one of the other things that I love to eat because that's just the way that I am. My first comment got deleted as usual. You, Bart, DC, and Grandma are the few I have notifications on for. Well, I'm glad that I do. I wish that Grandma would have more daytime videos. I cannot stay up that late. I go to bed around 10:30. There's no way by the time that I have to clean up put stuff away, get ready for bed. I start the getting ready process at 9 o'clock. Make sure the tools are put away, make sure that there's nothing, make sure that the, let's say, the water heater is not burning, all the other things that go on. So 10 o'clock is about the time I get ready to go into bed. And I go into bed, and Milton jumps up there in the bed and sits next to me and usually likes to sit where I'm sitting. So I have to push him over. But eventually he settles into his position. I turn on the television for my 20 minutes of TV per day. I turn on the local news and I run the news until the weather comes on, because right after the weather comes sports. And I can't stand spectator sports, as everyone knows. I have a reputation for being the only person who gets bored in a sports stadium. I find that I would rather sit in a church with the most boring sermon possible than sit in a sports stadium, because I always tell everybody, why would I give time to someone who doesn't know that I exist and doesn't care and makes a lot more money than I ever will? For what purpose? I'd rather spend time with my friends, with people that I know, people that I might meet, and people that are appreciative. That's just the way I am, but that's me. Okay, so let's see. A YouTube. Yep, YouTube is always messing up. I hope you like the layout, Rick. Well, there we go. I do, Jonathan. I think it's kind of cute. It's got that sort of 1980s Miami thing with the black tail that is ready, telling me the black menace is ready to attack. Yep, that is correct. All right, let's see. And there's Mike Seeley Sr. With a good morning. And I had to say good morning from Brushfire Central. And let's see who else we have. We have a good morning to Milton. Well, Milton hasn't appeared yet. There's Mannix Gaming from the Philippines. And when Milton does appear, you'll know it. And there's Bacon Runner. Hi, Rick and Jonathan. Well, hello from Rick. And Jonathan will be saying hello, I'm sure, when he arrives. And we have a good morning from Brian Airy, 258. And we have another good morning from Bacon Runner. And we have all the good mornings, which are really good because it goes to show that everybody is recognizing when others are here. Now, there's about 5 people that used to come in regularly that I haven't seen anymore. They're probably busy. They might be working. They might be hunting. They might be working out. Who knows? But there's plenty of time, and hopefully everyone will drop in. Now, today's show format, and there's Smoothie 420, is a little different than usual. On my show, it's all about comedy. Generally, I like to make fun of things, just the way that I am. And I'm very tolerant when it comes to who comes in. But when I'm teaming up with somebody else, my tolerance is a lot less. So if the, what do you call it, troll decides to drop in, they will be timed out. And there's Milton. Hello. You want to say hello to everybody, Mr. Milton? And speaking of celebrities, there's Kurt. Come here, Milton. Say hi to everybody. Come here. Oh, look at that, Milton. Look at that dangerous, wild animal. It's cute. Yeah, I gave you some meat. Ow. No, Milton. No. Ow. Ow. Milton, stop it. No. Do you always have to bite? You always got to bite. You're a little menace. You're a black menace. You know that? Ow. Ow. Stop it. No. Be nice, Mr. Milton. He's so cute. I love this cat. He's a cutie. Okay, Milton. You want to cause trouble? I got the spray over there. He doesn't know it's empty. Okay, there goes Milton. Milton had to say good morning, and now Milton is standing next to the computer. Okay, Milton. But anyway, good to see you here. And last week, we had my day when I turned 58. I don't celebrate birthdays because one of the things that I don't like is when people celebrate something that they have no control over. I couldn't control the day that I came into the world. Now, people do celebrate anniversaries. People celebrate graduations. People celebrate things. I'm going to celebrate when I fix my truck. When my truck is running, we're going to have a neighborhood barbecue right here at my place, and we're going to enjoy that because it's an accomplishment. But simply being born, it's not an accomplishment. But A lot of people like to do that, and I'm not going to tell them, no, you can't give me a gift, because if I want to give somebody a gift and somebody tells me no, that's offensive. You know the principle. There's more happiness in giving than receiving. Of course, in my case, I like both. When I have it, I like to give it away. When I have stuff I don't want, I'm going to give it away, but it's not because I'm doing it because somebody really likes it. Although sometimes it does happen. Once in a while, when I do a clean out, I'll find something, and a friend of mine wanted something, and it's right there. But it's usually not in the greatest of condition. So I'll take it apart, I'll clean it, paint it, do a restoration. I'll get it in the best condition possible. It was like a friend of mine, he wanted a telephone really badly, like the one that I have. And I found this one when I was doing a clean out. It was kind of scratched up and moldy and dirty. So I wasn't going to go, here, I found this, it's yours. I thought, you know what? I am going to just go ahead and clean it up, test it out. It needed some repairs, it needed cleaning, a polishing. So I took that rather interesting red rotary phone and I polished it up. It looked like something from a Batman episode. And when I presented it to him, I even got a box and I got my color printer and I printed the original Western Electric logo on it and made a sticker. I made it look exactly like a brand new phone from the mid 60s, and I gave it to him as a gift. And, it's a younger guy. He's like, I don't know, at the time he was 20. He was really, really, really excited to get this because when he saw it, wow, he thought I had bought it from eBay or something and paid hundreds of dollars for this thing. But no, it was from a clean out. It was from an old house where I believe the husband was a doctor and the wife, he died. She lived 20 more years. Then when the family got it, of course, they sold it to one of these real estate investors and they did total clean out. So, but I did that and I've done that with other things. I've had various tools and equipment that I've found. I had somebody that wanted badly some cast iron cookware and they were all rusty, but I was able to clean it up and get it into good shape. Now, once in a while, you get somebody that wants something that's old. They want to have that so-called patina, or as I call it, it's falling apart and it's old, but I'll do that too. But when I can give somebody something that they really like, it makes me happy because number one, I don't have to trip over it anymore. And number two, the experience that somebody has, you can see, especially people that are younger, that are starting out, and they would love to have an opportunity to try to do something. That's a good thing. So anyway, let me go ahead and let's get back to the comments before they get away from me. It doesn't take long. And good morning to Kurt. And let's see. So we have our good mornings going on here. I'm going to try to, fixing to take four-legged fur baby for a walk. Well, there you go. Oh, what is this? There's Jonathan.
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. Let me get my audio here. Hold on. Perfect. Okay.
How's my audio doing?
You sound great. That's
right. Yeah.
Just got back from workout?
Yeah, just got back a few minutes ago. I'm glad I actually made it on this time. I was thinking I'd be here at like 2. So yeah, I'm bang on the schedule for me, which is good. Yeah, how's your morning going?
So far, so good. I'm just doing the usual, trying to keep up with the comments, but and keeping an eye out.
Chance today.
Make sure that the trolls don't pop in because they do love to disrupt the live stream.
Yeah, we got rid of one, I think, recently. I don't know. There was talks about someone who was a bit sexist or something, or derogatory towards women. So I think I just dealt with that. Yeah.
There you go. Zooming in the camera.
Yes, you can actually see me. I'll make myself the same size as you, but my chair isn't that wide, so I look a bit weird on it. I look like a giant. So.
Well, the thing is, you make up for the chair because in your case, you're bigger than the chair, and I'm like skinny. So.
Yeah. Well, it all works, doesn't it? Yeah. All right. We're a quarter of an hour in. We missed anything yet?
Well, let's see. Let me go back to the comments. hold on. It takes me a little time to get used to this again because I'm usually doing it off of the PC. But I can't run OBS and StreamYard at the same time or my computer crashes.
Yeah, that's the problem I had with my old computer. The second problem you might have is if you're running OBS and you don't like pause, stop, disconnect your microphone that is running through OBS, you can't run it through StreamYard. So you have to like use OBS purely as video, then have your microphone set up through its own separate link or whatever.
That's right. Yeah, I discovered that too. And then the other thing is, even in OBS itself, when I switch scenes, I have to make sure that I don't go directly from one camera to the other because it'll hold on to one and I change the settings. And then, but in StreamYard, it'll actually, the video will start to get choppy and then it will stop because I don't have enough memory. I'm using an integrated GPU on this computer and there's not enough horsepower to do it.
Yeah, excellent. I'm going to read through the little chat, but yeah, Rick's in charge today, guys. God forbid. So he's going to be pressing all the buttons. I can press some buttons, but I can't really type in the chat because it's like a million miles from me.
But it's nice. It's nice to see all the good mornings. And then you said you were incoming, so that's good.
Yeah, we're looking through now. It's 69 people in our live. Well, 66 now.
It's been going up. Remember the first time that we did a live years ago? There weren't that many.
Yeah, I mean, I used to run at about 15 people for a bit. The most I've ever done in a live stream, granted not my channel mostly, but was with Dr. Chafee, and that was over 1,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, it's interesting too. It's probably been almost 4 years since I was interviewed by Dr. Chafee. That no one ever calls me back. Once they interview me once, I guess that's enough for them for life.
It's like their what do you call it? Obligatory sort of like interview the 40-year-old carnivore kind of thing. But it's like, well, no, this person's still here and they're still doing it a year down the line, sort of thing. So yeah, I don't think you get enough credit. I mean, you'd obviously from our community online, like all the people saying good morning here and stuff, like, you know. But in terms of like the actual like numbers you see on the screen, it can be a bit. It's not an accurate representation of the following you have. I think, in my opinion.
I think you're right, but I know that I'm not the kind of person that appeals to everyone. I'm the opposite of what a lot of people want to be. A lot of people they like to, well, the way you look, the way that you are being muscular, a lot of people would like to be like that. I don't think they would want to face all the challenges that you have to face, which is why I respect you the most, because I know in my case, I'm kind of a softie when it comes to if I hurt myself, I'm not going to really want to do anything. It's like if I go outside and I get hit with the velvet bean and I'm itching all over, I get really, really upset and it's impossible for me to do anything constructive. But in your case, you have found a way to continue on with your life instead of just giving up, which most people would do. So that's why I have so much respect for you.
Cheers, Rick. Yeah, I mean, you say that pretty much every week that you come on here, but it means equally as much every time you say that, and it keeps me motivated. So, you know, even if I know it's obviously not just hearsay, but you saying that means an awful lot to me, honestly. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people like you, DC, but you know, all those people that supported me. I'm missing out names here, but if I was to make a massive list, it would be here for hours. Yeah, certainly. I mean, like, my kind of motivation is knowing that I've got all these people betting on me to try and do well and succeed. And when I actually left university, I had a little group chat, like a discussion, like, oh, who's the most likely here to be successful? And you know, I'm not anything super unique in terms of like, you know, I'm not a world genius at everything. I'm not Einstein. I'm not Mr. Olympia. I'm me. But everyone there said, like, in that group, like, yeah, you're the most likely to be successful. But it wasn't because of what I achieved in university. It's because of my mindset towards things. And I kind of think that you can't. It's one of my mantras. It's got a million of them, but you can't become the flame without going through the fire. So you have to understand everything in life that you want to achieve, especially if it's meaningful. or if it's something which is out of the ordinary, it doesn't just come to you. Do you think Dr. Chafee just put his video on one day and thought, "Oh, I'm gonna hit a record and say plants trying to kill you"? No, that's taken work. It's taken him pure work to get millions of following. So you have to, you can't just take. You have to give out a bit to take a bit. And I think in life you should take what you need, and just anything else like that you want is just a bonus, really. So yeah.
Well, that's the thing. And I think a lot of times people, they get into the space and then they see an opportunity where they can, let's say, enrich themselves or make themselves feel more important. And that always bothers me, because one of the things that I really hate is discrimination. And I've said it many, many times. When somebody takes advantage of a situation and then they promote themselves and then they try to make others feel bad. I don't understand the point of that, because it's like a lot of people tell me, the first thing they say, I'm a Christian. And when they say that, I get very scared, because I go, uh-oh, what is this person trying to sell me? They have to express the things that are good about them, or I've done this, or I've accomplished this, or whatever, instead of letting you decide when you see the person. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think it's a tough line we all follow, because Rick, you're one of the most intelligent people I know. Not in terms of like book smarts and getting a PhD, but I could give you a problem and you would find a way to fix it. There's not many people who could say could do that. So yeah, if I was to start up a business and I had these certain issues that I knew you could tackle, you'd be the first person I'd pick to choose for that. I would say though, just because how much you eat, Rick. If we were on a desert island and I had to pick one person with me to help me like hunt and like survive, I'm not picking you, because of you. You're not having my pounds of meat each day. I'm picking someone who's like small, more nimble, but a bit more, doesn't need as much food. So I'll pick like Bar or DC or something. So.
Yeah, that would be a much better choice, because they're both very intelligent and they don't eat as much as I do. But then again, they probably don't do as much physical work as I do. And everyone laughs. That Rick, he looks like a vegan. He's got arms like a toothpick. I got no muscles. I'm not like you or a lot of people. A lot of the carnivore personalities, they have a great physique and they use that as a way of showing the benefits of the diet. But what do I have? The only thing I have is a full head of hair, which isn't that important, because look, we have someone over here that has no hair and looks really good. But again, it's just, look, it's so funny, because I know people that have money, and one of the first things they try to do is make themselves look younger. They get the Botox, they get the hair transplants, they get all these things, and yet the rest of their body isn't great. So I think to myself, what would be better? To have a strong and healthy looking physique, have some wrinkles, maybe have a bald spot, or to have that perfect face, but then have nothing else to go with it. And that's kind of another side to it. But realistically, when it comes to intelligence, I know a lot of people that use AI as an assistant. They use the chat bots. But you know what they've started doing lately? Just like Jonathan was saying, they asked their friend Rick, I have this idea. What do you think? Because AI sometimes just tells them what they want to hear. But when they ask Rick gives them the outside perspective. I'm respectful to people. I'm not going to insult somebody. But when they think about something like, well, there's a way that I can get salt water without having to spend energy, then I tell them, well, laws of thermodynamics, they say otherwise. So they need a little dose of reality along with the perspective from a human being, because even though artificial intelligence can do a lot of things, it's a great tool. We can use it to make backgrounds, make videos. We can use it to organize our thoughts, organize data, but it can never replace what's in here. And the thing is, it takes a lot more power to do what this does. This is only 20 watts of power. But what does it take to run an AI data center? It's a lot of
to have
power.
the conversation, it costs a bottle of water.
Exactly.
Every time you're sat there, typing in, "Oh, is meat bad for you?" and all these like low tier questions. that's just cost a bottle of water pretty much. So just to cool down the the cloud systems, the generators and stuff.
And you know, an interesting thing, I've been doing a test. I've been using the Google Lens feature with the Gemini to try to identify plants around my yard. And do you realize it's been wrong 50% of the time? So this high-tech AI infrastructure can't even identify a type of plant. And it all depends on the view that you get, which parts you get. And yet you could give me a fragment of a leaf and I have an 80% identification rate when it comes to plants. We human beings are really good at identifying persons and places, different species. We can do things that AI will never be able to do because we have that innate ability. And I think the trick is leveraging, letting the AI do the things that are tedious, repetitive, and we just supervise it. I think that's the trick. And you do that a lot on your channel. You rely a lot on the AI creation, but you're the one behind it. And that's the reason why it's actually informative and beneficial.
Yeah. So, for example, if I'm to create a YouTube video description, yeah, a lot of the time it's AI, but I sort of have to feed that information into it so it's relevant to what I'm trying to say. I also adjudicate and check the references within that video. So if I say pull up these studies, I might have an idea of what the study is or roughly when it was made, something like that. What's that study? What's that study back in 2021 that talked about the mass balance model by Francisco something? And I say, do you mean Francisco Albaite mass balance model is a better determinant predictor of body composition outcomes? Yeah, that's it. Oh, there's the link. Okay, copy paste done. So it's helpful in that sense because I can check it myself, but it saves all that searching and browsing time, which the problem with the algorithms nowadays, like just the whole technology as it is that it's very, how to put it, it's not always in our favor. Like if we're looking for vegan studies, we'll find a million. If we're looking for a carnivore study, we can't even find one. I mean, I'm trying to find this study that was about, you might recall people talking about it, but there's a study based on fiber intakes and chronic Crohn's and IBS patients. I believe there's 62 people in that study, and they had different amounts of fiber in each intake. And it was a metabolic ward study, so they had their food and intake controlled. Hello. So they had the food intake sort of measured and checked, sort of things. So, yeah, they could say, oh yeah, you're eating 0, 15, 30, 45 grams of fiber a day. And you try and find that, it's hard work, really hard work. So yeah.
Well, that's true. And the thing is, the narrative, whatever the popular narrative is always going to be in the forefront. So whatever's the latest news story or whatever's the latest study, they all repeat each other. It's like parrots. One copies the other. But when you try to find an opposing view, you may have to dig through. It's like me digging through a dumpster looking for something that somebody threw out. It's a lot of work. And it is kind of frustrating because sometimes you'll hear it, it'll go into your mind, and then you say, well, where did I hear that? Where did I see that? Then you have to go and do all this research. And like you said, when AI or some database comes up with information, it may be incorrect. It sometimes embellishes, it sometimes mixes things together. So you'll have to pull the study and go through it. And it takes an experienced mind to be able to do that. Some people just get lazy and they rely totally on the AI, and then they get themselves in trouble because they find out it's not true.
Yeah. So I'm just expecting a delivery of like 7.5 kilos of meat for a couple of days. So they're calling and texting me, but I can't get up now. I'm stuck. Once I'm here, and that's it. I'm not moving.
Right.
Just for reference, for people in the chat right now that have left questions, we'll be answering them, but we'd like to go through it sort of chronologically, just because we don't want people to be missed out and feel a bit. Which is the way Rick does the streams. He goes through systematically and does all that stuff. So yeah, but we have saved the questions that have come up, and we will answer them when it comes to them on the chat. So
yeah, I mean, I could skip through it because that's a normal way of doing it. I'm just the oddball around here. I hate to discriminate, so I like to give everybody equal time. The only people I don't get
Yeah.
equal time to are the ones that are disrespectful, and they have to disappear.
I have the opposite technique, so I ignore everyone unless it's absolutely pertinent that I respond to them. So everyone's equally discriminated.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's
Look,
just the way I do the streams. So it's not out of disrespect for people. It's just some of my talks are more based around information. But today I feel all right-ish, so I thought I'd use this energy to chat with people and see what's going on. But yeah, that was a very, very true statement there from Joe Sleepington and Johnny.
yeah.
Rick, you're blessed with good looks, great skin, and good vibes. Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know about the good looks part. My skin is good. But again, this is a very positive, very nice person who you know very well. So I appreciate her opinion very much.
Yeah, she's very straightforward with what she says. It's not.
Well, that's because she means it. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't like it when people try to butter you up and try to make you, they'll tell you whatever you want to hear. And I like people like her that tell you exactly how they feel, because that's what I do.
Yeah, I've been getting into a lot of fights recently, Rick. You've been fortunate not to see the rants online, but I do take screenshots, guys. If you do happen to like fighting with me, I write down what I put and I say it as if I was saying it to you face to face. So, like Rick will say something to you. It's nothing Rick says right now is not something that he wouldn't say to your face personally. So, yeah, we are people.
Anyone that's met me in person knows that.
Yeah.
And I see Chuck has a question here.
Yeah, England, GB. I'm in the Bournemouth, Dorset area. So if you had to look at England on the map, pretty much straight down the middle at the very bottom, above the little island, which is called the Isle of Wight. That's where I'm from.
Let's see. That's good. And we have hello. Yeah, we have a lot of the regulars. I love the regulars because they all have good inputs. And there's John. I'm sure you know John Laspina. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I've been there once. Okay. I've never been out of the U.S., believe it or not.
Yeah, Rick, if I had a load of money, I'd import you for a bit. Help me with some stuff.
If I have when I move and I have a decent place to live and I have some money, I'll bring you here to Florida. I'm sure you'll enjoy being here.
Yeah, it's on my hit list.
You can stay at my place. It may be like going back to the 1950s, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, be good.
Oh, that's the other thing. You had the Great British Meetup. I know that's why I didn't see you much last week. So I hope that was a success. I hope that you had a good experience.
It was everything I thought it'd be plus more. It depends who you are, like what you're going for. The criticisms, or when I say criticisms, I don't mean like it was terrible. But what people said last year was that there wasn't much time to chat with me and the other sort of speakers throughout the event. So this event, there's like massive blocks of time where I could just sit there and I just had churns of people to chat to. So we had about an hour and a half interval in the middle. There's like an hour at the start, an hour or two at the end, or probably 3 hours at the end. And every block had about a 10-minute gap. So there's chance to ask questions if it's quite a personal sort of query. So, yeah.
That's great. Let's see. Did I catch up or did I? No, I guess I did catch up. That's a miracle.
We've got one more question you missed.
Oh, I did?
For me.
Okay.
What do I eat in a day's time? In a day's time, I'll be eating a lot less than I'm eating today because I'm doing a steep fat loss phase. We're going to push for more conditioning this next competition, which is on the 12th of July. So that means just be leaner. It changes all the time. But if I was to say what I'm eating most days, about 1.2 to 1.6 kilos of meat. At the moment, it tends to be leaner because I'm trying to lose body fat. I usually have some eggs, 4 to maybe 8 eggs a day, based on what my nutrient requirements are that day or my guidelines are that day. I supplement with bone broth, which I have as a drink with each meal, salt, butter. I make carnivore jelly sometimes. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I make carnivore ice cream. So I'm a bit like Rick. I'll eat multiple meals per day, mixed animal foods. I do include dairy. I eat things I tolerate. If I don't like it, I don't eat it. So really simple approach, like Rick, I guess. Um, Rick, what are you eating at the moment, like nowadays? Like what you can afford, I guess, or
Well, my diet got a boost because last week I had gifts of so much delicious meats. So I'm having some beef every day, about a pound to 2 pounds, depending on. I don't want to eat it all up, and I'm still having the pork and chicken. So I generally eat about 4 to 6 pounds of some type of meat per day, and I'm eating 6 eggs a day. I have about 4 ounces of cheese, and I usually have about a cup of homemade yogurt. And that's pretty much my whole diet. And for somebody as skinny as me, everyone's like, "You're going to eat all that?" I mean, I'm having a big old bowl of heart attack chicken. My friend comes over. He said, "Oh, what is that?" I said, "That's lunch." "You eat all
yeah,
that for lunch?" "Yes. It's 58 cents a pound. I can't go wrong with that." "And how do you cook it?"
yeah.
"It's deep fried in lard, of course."
The one I get is you. I know you probably get the same. Oh, Rick, you have yogurt. That's got carbs in it. You're not worried about getting diabetic. Do you think this guy's diabetic? Look at him. He needs more food altogether.
Well,
It's
that's the thing.
diabetes is the last thing you'll probably be worried about of your health.
You know that out of all the people I know, in fact, I was actually watching. I like Joe and Rachel, the Two Crazy Ketos channel, and Rachel was talking about her dental issues. She had to have fillings and all that in her mouth, and I'm thinking to myself, I haven't been to a dentist since 1986. And people say, well, you should go for a checkup. Like, why? My teeth don't hurt. It's like all the people that they were overweight, they were metabolically damaged, and now they have to do the fasting and the one meal a day. They have to go days without eating. I don't do that because, I mean, I'm not a bodybuilder like this man over here, but I do work hard. I pick up heavy objects. I go up and down ladders. I move around a lot. I sometimes bike for 15 miles. I'm always on the move. So even though I'm 58, I'm not the typical 58-year-old. So then they tell me you should eat only one meal a day. It doesn't make sense. 3 meals a day works for me. I've tried. I tried the one meal a day. And the thing is, it made me lazy and it messed up with my mind. I just didn't have the normal motivation. It's like I didn't care anymore. I'd get a little bit, I'd work and I sit down, I'll deal with it tomorrow. It get like the mañana thing. It's like in Latin America, you have your nap in the middle of the day. And I think a lot of it's because they eat carbohydrates all the time. Plus, it's hot. So they'll work, they'll take a siesta, and then they'll work some more. And that's kind of what happens when I try to hit the one meal a day. So I like the 3 meals a day. I get up in the morning, I have my breakfast, and then when I'm working, I don't want to load myself with food. I don't want to eat so much food that I'm going to have to fall asleep. If I try to cram 4 pounds of meat in one meal, I'm going to be dead for 2 hours. So instead, 1 or 2 pounds of meat along with maybe eggs or whatever. And that's it. It's very simple. It's easy to prepare. It's a relatively light meal. And I think for a normal person, that'd be a heavy meal. But when you're 6'6" and you only weigh 195 pounds, I think a little extra food is actually a good thing.
Yeah, I've always said it's based on your meal frequency. It's obviously individual. Like you don't have to do a guideline amount that I might say, but it tends to be based on the amount of food that you have to eat. If you have to eat a lot of food, you're going to need more opportunities to eat. Or if you're a really good hunter, you just eat all the time. Just don't get fat, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm going to find some photos on my phone, then I'll chuck them on the screen from the meetup, so on the competition.
That's pretty good. Let's see. Work out more. Okay. Let me see some of the other comments and I'll go back to the question. That's a good job. Good question. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Good morning from Tammy. No, I love having seen all the regular people. All right, let me go back to the other question. There we go. You have to work out more.
No, I actually work out probably less, if anything. My thought process is that if I'm trying to build muscle, what's going to retain it when I'm trying to lose fat will be the same thing. So my goal is to try and match what weights, technique, exercise intensity level I would reach during my normal off-season training. I tried to match that in my pre-contest training. And if I can't match that and the risk of muscle loss is higher, I'll push the training day back. So my typical training week might be Monday, Wednesday. I take it Friday or Saturday, depends on how I feel, really. If I know 1 week I'm trashed, I'll just train 2 times that week. So that's pretty much how I do it. But it's never a case of more for me. I use for fat loss. I use diet as the main lever because that, well, in studies seems to constitute something like 85 to 90% of the result. So I focus more on the diet and getting that completely right, really.
That's one of the good things. You really do focus on the diet and the recovery. I know a lot of people, they think that they push themselves harder, they're going to get bigger, and that's not the way that it works.
Yeah, it's completely it. Right, we've got to find a way to show these on the screen. Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, that's a good question. Yep. Good morning from Tammy. Let's see. Oh, hold on. There we go.
Well, the songs Grandma Bob created for you work for your competitors? No, they're not carnivores, and well, I don't think they're very fitting. Put it that way. Yeah, I guess they'll probably piss them off and scare them shitless, which is the goal. So bodybuilding is obviously you go on stage, you pants and shave and tan and stuff, but there's always that element of human error, human weakness. And it's not like I'm cheating and saying like, "Oh, you're crap. I'm going to beat you," and scaring them. No, but if I can go on stage and compete to the best of my ability, but show true confidence and execute a poser routine which will shock them, yeah, and there it puts them off edge. Yeah, why not? So yeah, there's that part of it. There's a clip from Arnold Schwarzenegger and Lou Ferrigno from back in the day in a movie called Pumping Iron. I believe it's 1972 or something. Basically, Arnold was like teasing his other competitor backstage, saying like, basically make him feel stupid, sort of thing. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, my time on stage should be exemplified by strong character, confidence, good stage presence, which are things that they do actually seem to reward. So yeah.
Well, that's it. And it's interesting because I never really understood. Well, I understand the concept, but the whole idea of bodybuilding, you have people that are very similar to each other. And how would you decide who is above the other? And I guess it's that whole attitude and the other thing that goes with it. So it kind of makes sense. But
Yeah. It's hard as a human. It's hard to vote for someone if they're not showing confidence, if they're not authentic, if they don't feel like they feel themselves they're a winner. But if you walk on stage and you're confident in your abilities and your physique, your preparation, then yeah, you should show it. You should be smiling and happy and hit the poses strong, stuff like that. So
right. Yeah, that's human nature. Heart attack chicken. Yeah, Chuck, I have to say, I love heart attack chicken, and I have it almost every day. Work, okay. Get some good comments here, I can tell you that. I'm
yeah,
listening from bed. Oh, there we go. That's a question for me. What do you know? Rick, you
excellent.
need to know people do fasting for other reasons. Even eating only meat and eggs, I have joint pain. When I don't eat at all for more than 24 hours, my joint pain disappears. Yeah, that's true. But you see, Amy, like most people, you've had a background where you had these problems. But for me, I've avoided all those problems. So that's like a person that, like I was saying before, had dental issues. They have to be careful what they eat. They can't just chomp in a piece of meat like I would because they have these injuries they have to deal with. And physical injuries, they never totally go away. I'm sure it's the same thing with all the metabolic injuries. If you've got the joint pain, you have that scarring going on. You may be able to get away from it, but you never get rid of it. I think it's like a scar. Once the damage is done, it's always going to be visible somewhere, or there's some evidence of it. So you may have to modify your lifestyle to work around it. That's what I'm thinking about that.
I'll give a bit of an insight of this. With every additional hour that you're fasted, i.e., not eating at all, your cortisol level will increase. And what does cortisol level do? Think back to like primary school, secondary school. It is a stress hormone. It is a hormone released in response to a stress. Now, stress doesn't always mean bad. It's when that stress becomes a distress to the human body. That's when you're sort of saying, okay, I scratched my head because it was itchy. That's a bit stressful. Now, if I keep scratching it, that's a distress because I'm going beyond what my body's desire is for a certain response. So when you're fasting, you stimulate things like AMPK and various other catabolic processes in the body. And what you'll find is your nervous system will become more attuned. So you might notice that your hearing improves, your eyesight improves, your pupils, I don't know, what's the word, dilate, your blood vessels will constrict, and that will have a pain inhibition effect, the same way something like caffeine might. So people drink coffee. Oh, it's a mild pain relief sort of thing, because all those things are working in tandem to allow you to keep on, and theoretically, if you're going back to ancestral times, they allow you to pursue the hunt. Now, if you're tired and sluggish because you've eaten loads of food, you're not going to want to pursue the hunt. You're going to feel more settled and kind of in pain, sort of thing. So there's that element as well. I think fasting is a brilliant tool. I think people should worry about that when they need to use that tool. I think it's can be a distraction at times as well, because it means you're hyper focused on food, which means when you come off it, you might be more likely to sort of go off the rails, sort of thing. So it does depend. It's useful. That's why there's a built-in intermittent fasting process within most people's or carnivores' diets. That's why a carnivore isn't eating a standard 6 or 3 meals and 3 snacks per day. They're eating 2, maybe 3 meals. They've got a longer time between each feeding to relax the body and calm the central nervous system. Should I chuck on some pictures? I think I found a way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it loads, might take a minute. No, it's not letting me do it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to share screen to be easier. So here's me and the female disabled bodybuilding winner. I guess you can kind of see that. Does that come up on the screen okay?
Yeah, a little small, but it's up there. There we go.
B.
Yes.
There's me doing the presentation at the Great British Meetup. My slide, I had 11 slides. Dr. Kilt's had probably like 30 odd. I think Richard had about 110. I was just rambling the whole time. Rick, you would have loved it. I don't really know what I was saying. I think I just went autopilot. Here we've got this one. I won the gold trophy. Might be a way to full screen this. There probably is a button somewhere, but I wouldn't stress too much. There's me. You reckon was this bloke?
Yes.
The sun was very strong that day. Yeah, there's me and Dr. Kiltz. Yeah, me again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a bit too closer. And this one is a new client of mine, Wendy. She's looking to compete next year. Me.
Nice.
And that's my mum.
Oh, wow.
Guess how old she is?
Well, I mean, she has to be at least 20 years older than you. So,
Yeah.
50?
She'll like that. She's She's about Grandma Crochet Corner's Barbara's age, roughly.
No, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Why does she look so good?
She's been an aesthetician and beautician for like her whole life, pretty much.
Ah,
She's always
okay.
taking care of herself. She's never been really overweight or anything. She's not like 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 you. She's not like an exercise person.
Right.
She just just doesn't overeat. Yeah, there's some photos anyway. So
Well, that also proves you don't have to be extreme. You don't have to be out there constantly working out and trying to eat the optimal diet and then using all of these so-called health hacks and all of these supplements and all this other stuff and still look healthy. I think that they have conditioned us to accept that when you're over 50, you start falling apart. And really, I think it would be more like in your 70s when you would really start to aging if you were a healthy person.
yeah, yeah. It's what I do isn't longevity promoting. It's I want to do what I want to do, and I want to do it really well promoting. So, yeah, I mean, what I promote to other people, you'll notice on my channel, I don't say this is how you do bodybuilding stuff, and these are the things you need to take. And I say, I'll say, oh, this is the blood work you need to do. These are some useful supplements you might find help you if you're exercising. This is safe training principles, stuff like that. So I don't promote what I do, but if someone does approach me and they want to know how I'm doing it, I'll be open and transparent and say at least how they might be able to do something similar. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. But I do know that there's a lot of YouTube channels and they use clickbait. And the first thing they try to do, they say, well, you have to, this special vegetable or this special supplement or this special exercise will do this. And I go, oh, not that again. But clickbait is popular.
Yeah.
I guess Amy's question.
I'm just scrolling through now so we don't miss anyone's questions. But if we do miss anyone's questions, guys, then we go past the chat when Rick or I are talking. Just type it in again. But I'm doing my best just to make sure that we flag them all up so we can look at them.
Yeah.
Question, Jonathan, how do you cope with your extreme pain? How does it affect your bodybuilding? I would say from the moment I get out of bed to the moment I go to bed to the moment I wake up in the middle of the night. So getting restful sleep, good quality REM sleep so my muscles are less sore is very challenging. Training itself is dictated upon by my goals and my pain level that day. So I do something called auto-regulation, which is where I'll have a default training program, diet, all that stuff mapped out in my head, or I'll have it also written down, obviously. But I'll do certain things. I might track my metrics of various different kinds. I'll take blood work regularly every 8 to 10, 12 weeks, roughly. I'll look at my stuff and see this is working, this isn't working, and try and spot trends of things. So if I know every week I'm doing this one exercise and that day after I'm in a lot of pain in a certain area because of it, it goes. So everything I do is managed based on pain. My whole life is dictated upon by pain. If I was... My friend Liz, she's also a stick wielder. She'll take me to and from the gym most sessions, which I'm very grateful for. So we'll train, not necessarily together, but we'll train at the same sort of time. That's a great help. So it means I'm not sat in an Uber or a taxi or a bus, for example. They drive like lunatics around here, and they're quite disrespectful often, especially of young disabled people that look like me. So it's quite a mental torment at times. I do biphasic sleep, so I know for myself I can't sleep a full 8 hours straight. I often take naps throughout the day, and that's how I find a way to recover. It might not be optimal, but I'm not of the opinion that it's detrimental as long as you get enough recoverable sleep during that time. I eat a very specific focused diet that maximizes my recovery, reduces inflammation, take a bunch of supplements, which I'm open about, which are helpful to me. But if they're not helpful, they go out and I'll stop taking them. Yeah, I mean, if you had any more specific questions about that, let me know. I'll be happy to answer if I can.
That's good. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, everybody has their challenges. Yeah, it's cortisol related. That's true. But that's why our experiences are so important. There's no way somebody like me could offer any help to somebody that has these issues because I haven't experienced them and I'm not trained in these issues. Now, if your Bobcat broke down or your 69 Charger is giving you trouble, then yes, I consider myself to be the most qualified to answer those questions. But with other
Yeah.
subjects, I defer that to other people that are in a much better position than I am.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, you're one of the few people I take advice from for things that aren't necessarily in your field, just because I think you would have an idea of how to understand it at least. I know you do your due diligence to make sure it's not just off the cuff sort of advice. And if you don't know, you'd say, I don't know.
That's right.
So, yeah, I mean, what else? What else were they saying? Had a bit of a quarrel yesterday with someone on Christie's channel.
Really?
Funny enough, yeah. Well, very often I do that. But it's basically they were trying to give me. They weren't trying. They were telling me what to do as an adult to manage my unique individual health circumstances. And they're telling me to buy this guy's book. I don't
I
personally know the
saw
guy.
that. I saw that.
Yeah. So I've got nothing against what's his name? Is it Chris?
Which Chris? There's
Cooking
several
Nash.
Chris's.
Cooking.
Oh yeah, Chris Cooking Nashville. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I believe he's a neurodivergent individual.
He is.
And they're saying, oh, you should follow his stuff. You know, he's got loads of stuff. And I'm like, you do realize I am the proponent for carnivore autism stuff on YouTube, along with a couple of other people, but I have put the most content out on that topic. So going to someone who hasn't done that, why would I do that? And I was never asking for that advice, and they're telling me how to live. And it's like, no.
Well, I've told people for many years, if you want to make somebody angry, offer them help when they don't ask for it. Because my rule is very simple. I will never give somebody advice. I know a lot of people that have broken up friendships because they offer advice to someone and it was unwarranted, it was unnecessary. You're talking to someone that's already done these things. Oh, well, I think you should do this. I go, uh-oh. And then I have to listen to the argument that happens afterwards because I tell my friend, look, man, don't give advice unless they ask you. Yeah, they ask you. I won't do it. I've seen people go out there and do things, whether they're doing it right or wrong, it's not in my judgment. If they make a mistake, I will let them make a mistake, especially younger people. I tell them, let them make the mistake because a lot of times I have a friend, his son never gets anything right and he complains about it. I said, it might be your fault because you're always offering help that he doesn't ask for. Let him do his own thing. And a wise man, if he needs help, he will ask for it. But let them exhaust all their other options first. But for some reason, people think they're doing a good deed by giving information when it's not asked for. And it bothers me too. The difference is that I don't challenge them directly. I just go, whatever, because I'm used to it. But some people, it's very insulting because now you're acting like you're better than they are. Maybe somebody's better than them. And in my opinion, we're all about equal. It's just a matter of where we're located, what experiences we've had. And I, you get the trolls in there. I get a troll in my channel that's always making fun of people. And then I don't know if you watch Keto Cookout, but I know Russ had gotten into an argument with some other YouTubers that were criticizing Carrie in his movie. And that's been a sore spot for a while. And to me, it's just unnecessary drama. But yes, I did see that. And when I saw the comment come in, I thought, oh boy, here it comes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I came out and said, guys, I'm struggling with this, I'm not sure what to try or do, what would you do? That's an open invitation. If I say, guys, I'm struggling with this, but I'm trying to manage it as best as I can, well, I'm doing what I can do. Anything else is a plus or a detraction from what I'm already doing. So it doesn't actually help. So, but I don't have all the answers, but it's I don't have all the answers myself. So someone that hasn't looked into it, that doesn't know me, will almost certainly not have the answer.
Exactly. And that's the thing. A lot of people, they get presumptuous. And I try to tell them, this is how you get in trouble. Even the people that claim to be Christian, I tell them, open your Bible and look at what happens when people are presumptuous. A lot of times they end up suffering punishment. It's much better to just step back and let other people do what they need to. And if they're going to ask for help, they'll ask for it. But if not, just let them be. That's what I do.
Yeah,
And I get criticized a lot. Well, Rick, how can you not stand up for this or that? I said, because it's not my business. I'm not going to get
yeah,
involved in that.
that's it. I mean, I'm not going to skip ahead of the queue, but Terry did make a very good point, which just read, which is very correct, Rick. We learn a lot by mistakes,
Yes,
rather than instructions or coddling. Yeah,
that's right.
it's like if a child falls over, if you constantly pick them up, they're never going to know how to get from their knees to their feet. You have to leave things sometimes, and of course, if I said I was going to do something dangerous, put myself in a coma somehow, I don't know. Well, yeah, tell me that's a stupid idea, Jonathan. Don't do it. But until then, don't. What can I say?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But again, it's like children. When they're little, they're toddlers. Yes, you help them, whatever. But part of allowing your children to grow up is to allow them to make the mistakes. It's like when you have big brother government, they tell you everything to do. Well, you end up with a society that never progresses because you never have the opportunity to try something different. You're always going to rely on an authority. And when your life is revolving around relying on an authority, everybody is going to suffer and everyone is going to be held back. And that's something. And another thing, too, people need to understand that there are emotional issues, too. Sometimes, like when I've had employees, you might hire somebody who's an expert in their field. Let's say you have somebody that's an expert in software coding, but they're not an expert when it comes to public relations. So you're not going to take your best software guy and put them out there to deal with customers, because then the customers are going to go and they're going to get mad. Well, he insulted me because he said that my network was garbage and then I don't know what I'm doing. Well, he's telling the truth. What he's telling you is true. But Rick, how can you say that? I said, because again, that's not his job. You're over there asking him questions about your network, and he's basically in the background setting up everything. And you're asking a question. You need to talk to somebody else that's better at public relations. But these people don't have the maturity to realize that some of the greatest minds in science and technology and in many different fields are not the best when it comes to stroking egos. They're going to tell you the truth. And if you don't like it, it's too bad. You could get mad about it, but what's the point? That's why we have different people to do different jobs. That's why we don't have a one-man show in a successful business. It's true of everything. I just wish I could get that through to more people, because then they blame me for it. Well, Rick, you hired the guy and he insulted me. I want you to fire him. I'm like, no, I'm not going to fire him. He does a very good job. I can fire you as a customer. You can go to the guy down the street. Well, how can you say that? You're insulting me. It's your choice. If you want to make an issue out of it, we'll cancel your contract. I'll refund the rest of your money and you can go down the street and deal with them. Oh, but their product's not as good. Well, maybe there's a reason why.
Yeah, yeah. I was to touch on this. I mean, I'm working with a new massage therapist at the moment, and she's got a brilliant service, brilliant shop. It's just a bit hidden away off the high street. It's not easy to find, sort of thing. So I made some suggestions. She has talked about, I'm struggling with money and business and stuff. And I said, this is what I would do if I was you. I'm not just going to say, I'm actually going to help you. I'm going to send you the link to find out where to buy this, I don't know, website package, where to advertise, actually help you. People do this stuff like, I'll do this. It's like, show me how then. Would you do it for me? No. And then, okay.
Exactly.
It's just hearsay, really.
That's the thing. A lot of people act like they're experts, but when you ask them to show me, then they just all of a sudden their attitude changes. Well, I don't know. So, well, you're insisting that this works so well. Why don't you show me how it's done? It's like when I'm doing a job. Well, I would do it differently. So I slide the toolbox over to them. Show me the way that you would do it. Well, I'm not a plumber. I'm not an electrician. Like, okay, but I saw somebody do it. Well, okay, you saw them do it. Can you at least explain to me? And when you put them on the spot, that usually shuts them down. They're like, okay, I'll leave you alone. Because once in a while, you get the customer that wants to micromanage. Well, you need to do this. And then they try to help. That's really the worst part. They try to help and they get in the way. They slow it down. I said, look, I do it a different way. If you want to help, it's going to take longer and it's going to cost you more. Are you willing to do that? Well, no. Okay. Then just let me do what I need to do. And that's it.
Yeah.
If I need help,
sense,
I will
yeah.
ask for it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Did I have a question a minute ago about something? I can't remember.
Let's see. I think it was a repeat of an earlier question.
Where was it what I eat or something?
Let's see. I don't know where it went. Yeah, about what you eat. That's where it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it does change, but it's if you go back in the live stream, you'll be able to find it. But yeah, it does change. The biggest problem I have is I have consultations with people, and I say, "You said in this live stream that you eat this," and I'm like, "No, I didn't. Ever. I never said that." They said, I'm like, so yeah, listen back carefully to what I say, but don't take it as that's what I do all the time. I'd say. When does Jonathan do his YouTube? What do they mean by that? Sorry.
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, it varies. You post videos at all different times, and sometimes you're a guest on other channels.
Yeah, sometimes I'm a guest. I do a live stream very occasionally nowadays. I don't have a set time. I used to do stuff like every week, sometimes twice a week, because of live streams. I found it didn't really serve me or anyone. It's just the same people asking the same questions, trying to get the same response because they're bored. So,
right. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff is out there. I mean, you've posted a lot of videos over time. If somebody wants to look up a subject, they can simply go through the index and find a video on it. There's a lot.
If someone asks me like, oh, what do you think of ketones or something? Here's 2 videos I recommend watching. Watch it then, because you're just going to ask me. Actually, watch it. Maybe leave a comment or a like or something as well. Helps a bit, because that's a few minutes of my day gone that I don't get many of. So,
well, that's it. And a lot of times, I think people just want to be guided by the hand. They want you to take your hand and pull them along. I want you to do this and that. It's a lot easier, because then that way, when things don't go right, they have somebody to blame. Well, I did everything you told me and it didn't work. Well, is that my problem? No, because everyone's a little bit different. Everyone's experience is different. Everyone's dealing with different genetics. Everyone's dealing with different damage. I mean, obviously, the advice that I give myself, I can't give to other people. Can you imagine if I was telling somebody that was 500 pounds, well, you need to eat 4 to 6 pounds of fatty meat every day and 6 eggs and cheese and yogurt, and I call it the heart attack diet? That wouldn't work for them. It would be a complete disaster. Can you imagine it? But everybody's different.
Yeah, things do vary quite a bit, and it depends where you come from as well. Because I have experience doing recommending nutrition stuff, I can have a better idea than a lot of people, but not necessarily. I won't have the exact idea. So I can give someone a guideline, but I'm not to be held accountable because they didn't lose 10 pounds in the first week. You look magnificent, Jonathan. Thank you. And just imagine if I got a bit more ripped.
Well, the thing is that ripped or not, you still look good. You look better than me. But then again, you're a bodybuilder and you're 28 years younger or something like that. So it's natural. You're not
54.
Huh?
You 54.
58.
Wow. Yeah. You're doing well, Rick. 20, 27. I'm 31 in 9 days.
There you go.
The 29th. So.
Well, I think, for somebody that's going to be 60 in a couple of years, I think I'm doing pretty good. How many people do you know my age that don't wear glasses and don't have any chronic health issues? I'm the only person I know that's never had back pain and joint pain. how many people still have all their teeth and haven't been to a dentist in 40 years? The more I look at the list, it's like it keeps getting more and more benefits. And it's because of lower stress, low chronic stress. I have a lot of stress. I mean, I've had times where my van broke down. I had to push it half a mile. And it's not easy pushing a 6,000 plus pound van through the neighborhood. But it's the short term stress actually works for me because I can solve the problem and then I feel better. So every time that I overcome a problem, it's like a boost. It's like, oh, okay, the confidence goes up, the satisfaction goes up. If my life was easy and nothing ever went wrong, I probably wouldn't be that satisfied because what purpose would I
Yeah.
have to exist?
We can see this in the mainstream media, people that have had, whether they've earned it or not, people that have got no mountain to climb in their life still, they become, idle, they lay on their laurels. They're not happy people.
Right.
It's a
Exactly.
pursuit of happiness is human. To create meaning out of life and to continue doing it is the meaning of life. So, in my opinion. So,
Mm-hmm. That looks like somebody else likes your mom.
Dr. Kiltz likes my mum a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. He told me about 5-6 times. Yeah.
Oh, I thought, okay. Dr. Kiltz is a little rascal, I think.
It's good fun.
There you go. That's amazing. Yeah, pretty mom, exactly. I was amazed. I figured early 50s because, Jonathan's almost 31. She had to be 20 something. So, yeah.
She had me quite late, hence the autism.
Yeah. Well, my mother was almost 40 when they had me. They were afraid that I would have Down syndrome or something like that. But instead I turned out to be a quack. I don't think I would be anything close to autistic, although when I was younger and they first came up with that definition, they sent me to the psychologist to test for autism, but they said no, it's not even a thing. I think I'm like crazy. I'm just nuts.
Not everyone that has a slight, I don't know, misalignment in their personality, or they're not normal, typical. Not everyone that's different has a condition. They're just a bit different. It doesn't have to have a label. They can just live the way they do, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what they would label me. I call myself a quack because
Quack.
that seems like the most logical, because I'm not even close to normal. I've never met anybody in the world that was like me. Although Dr. Kiltz, he calls me the Mr. Rogers of the carnivore space.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot healthier though. Yeah, my dad's. You've seen a picture of him before. He's 63, I believe. He looks pretty young and healthy for his age. Like, he's not overweight. He's quite slim. He looks a bit like you, if I was to say similar.
Let's see. Good morning from Linda. I see all the usual faces. There's, Juliet, right?
Yeah. I mentioned it to a lot of our groups, online huddles of people. So I tried to promote it as best as I can. So I'm glad there's a good amount of people here.
Mm-hmm. We have a lot of really good people in the carnivore space, and I've had the pleasure of meeting a few of them in person, and they're definitely in person the same way that they would be online, just like you were saying about me. Oh, there's Peter. I got to meet him too. He's a
Yeah.
lot taller than I thought he was.
I'm the same, of course. But anyone that sees me knows that you'll see me standing up the stick or whatever, hunched over or whatever. But if you see me for a whole day, you'll see about 80% of me will be lying down. I'll be flat. So
Mm-hmm.
like at the meetup, I was lying down for most of it, or a lot of it. So
Yeah, I know Peter had gained some weight, but he's cut back and now he's losing weight again. Oh, there we go. Question.
yeah, I take it most days, maybe 5 grams. I've heard all the arguments for and against. You got a lot of people saying, it's the most studied sports performance supplement. Other people say, it's poison made from chemicals. Another lot of saying people saying, oh, you can get enough from beef. Another lot of people saying, oh, it's helpful to supplement with it. I notice a difference. I think for the cost of it, if you're worried, take it. You're not going to die. I've not died. Millions of bodybuilders around the world that take it haven't died from taking it, and they don't seem to be having issues because of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. If there would have been problems, it would have been out by now.
Yeah, we're talking 30 odd years of use in sports or more. So
It really started getting popular in the 1990s with the whole Mark McGuire thing, and this has been around a while. Let's see. There we go.
I was for part of my, what do you call it, babyhood. That's a word. Not all of it. When I was transferred onto the formula, it was a better quality one, but it still had seed oils and crap in it. So I would describe myself as being a malnourished child for the majority of it, if I'm honest. Knowing what I know now about diet, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I know. I was fed off a bottle as well. It's amazing I survived.
Now look at you. You're a giant.
Well, but I was really small when I was in junior high. When I started the carnivore diet, you see a picture of me. I was not. I was a very skinny, and no wonder I hated my life. I tried to give myself a heart attack. That's pretty bad. Maybe that's another reason why I'm not popular in the carnivore community.
I think because you don't take yourself too seriously, I think people are a bit thrown off by it initially. Then when people get to know you, you're like, I actually like this guy. He's brilliant. No, can't fault you. So there's not many people I can say that about, Rick. And I'm not a very complimentary person, so take it as a meaningful word of respect. So.
Well, the interesting thing is you're not the only one. You can ask Peter. You can even ask Kiltz. I mean, you can ask any of them. When they first see Rick, they think this guy's crazy. I mean, he's running around eating ducks and iguanas and talks about heart attacks. And I think he's a troll. I've had channels ban me because they thought I was a troll. But once they see my story and they realize this guy is for real, then they understand that, yes, I'm actually a good person. Because I think I am. I don't think I'm a bad person. The thing is that I just don't like the BS that you get from a lot of these influencers. I get really frustrated being around these people because I know that a lot of people follow them. They make promises they're never going to keep. The only thing they're interested in is getting people's money. And it bothers me because, I mean, the lifestyle that I've lived, it was not for money. It was not for attention. I just was frustrated with what I had, and I figured I got nothing left to lose. And I lost it. But it turned out that it was actually a good decision because, again, the longer I live, it proves that what I did was not harmful.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I earn like $110, $20 a month on YouTube. It doesn't cover my costs of stuff remotely, so I'm not profiteering off YouTube at all. 98 to 99% of my content is free. That's as much as I can do. So
I've been on YouTube almost 19 years and I've never made a single dollar. YouTube will monetize and then demonetize me because they don't like my videos. They demonetize me for how to prepare a duck. Can you imagine that? Just because I started with a live duck and I ended up with fried duck, they said, this violates our community standards. Well, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with taking a live duck, taking off its head, plucking it? I mean, it's like just inconsistent. I don't know.
Don't be a human being that does normal human being things to provide food for themselves so they can live.
Exactly. Where does the food come from? Oh, it comes from the grocery store. Well, how does it get to the grocery store? Something has to have its head taken off and feathers taken off, but I don't know. I mean, they even deleted my video where the ducks were fighting because they said that it violates community standards. But that's how they establish dominance. They don't understand. If they don't fight it out, they're never going to be able to live and reproduce. It's just the way that nature works. But I guess sometimes YouTube, they know better.
please post buy me a coffee link in the chat if you got it, Rick, or anyone else that's a moderator on either of our channel or whatever.
Yeah, I'll look for it. It's here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off in a second to eat my lunch because I, like you, Rick, need to eat a lot of food. But I will be back on after as quick as I can.
All right.
I'm just going to whiz through and answer any questions I've got at the moment. So Terry asked, Jonathan, how old were you when you started competing? I believe I was 16 years old. So over half my lifetime ago. About half my lifetime ago. Yeah. I've won a lot of trophies. I want to win a few more though. I'm going to need a bit more space. I've got I might take a photo, upload it at some point. But yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3. Got at least 9 trophies and about 10 medals somewhere, I think. So yeah, I want to get a few more this year, hopefully. And other than that, do you think eating keto bread would lower testosterone? Husband's testosterone is 451. It depends what's in it. If it's got any kind of estrogen mimicking compounds, perhaps. If it's like flaxseed, if it's soy protein flour, then maybe. 451 isn't too bad. If you're talking about the normative reference range, that lands your husband somewhere around the middle-ish. So it's not that bad at all. But then again, if your husband's 20, yeah, it's not great. If your husband's 80, brilliant. So it's a contextual specific kind of answer that I'd give. What do you think about keto bread or duck food, Rick?
I don't know why anybody would want to eat it. I mean, you got meat, you got eggs, you got some dairy. I'm good with that.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, you don't need to overcomplicate things, I think. Some people, these things help you transition to the carnivore diet, which is better than not transitioning at all. The grand scheme of things, you just got to eat. I think about 70% ruminant meat and 30% whatever else you like. Ideally, animal foods. That's what I would say. But you know, it's water for ducks. Back at the end of the day, you're not going to change your life from going 99% carnivore to 100% carnivore. I don't think. I don't think the extra 1% does anything personally.
Probably, yeah. But you're right. I mean, a lot of people come from a different background, but somebody like me, I don't even like bread. To me, bread is like paper towels. I have no use for them. I use a cloth. So it's like a lifestyle. Yeah. Once you get into this carnivore lifestyle, the other stuff just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Things become a lot easier, guys. I'm 6.5 years in. Rick's 42, whatever years in. Between us, it's nearly 50 years. And the first year is a bit tough. Second year, a bit easier. And each year goes by, you just lose interest. Now, when I go to the supermarket, I don't look at fruit or veg at all. I have my meal at a family if I'm not competing every 3 weeks or so. It'll be a standard sort of meal. Meat heavy, of course, but it will have I don't know, carrots, potatoes, or gravy or something. I try not to lose sleep over it. I think that's when it becomes a problem, when you think that, you know, that 1 out of, hang on a minute, 1 out of 28 meals I eat no, more than that. 1 out of 90 meals I eat in the off season when I'm not competing might not be carnivore. So you look at it that way. We're not looking at massive changes here to your health, but I don't have major health issues that can be changed or mitigated from 100% strict carnivore diet. I have tried it and it didn't change anything for me personally. So. And we got I'm going to put this up as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate that. 29th of June. It's going to be a good day. Celebrating with George and everyone else on the 27th. I would invite Rick, but Rick wouldn't be able to get here unless he took a really big step over the Atlantic. So, yeah. All right.
There's a lot of people that are born in June. That's the amazing thing.
Yeah. This time of year is incredibly busy. So getting people together is a real pain in the backside. To be honest, I'm
Yes.
so glad George will be there. It means a lot to me. Yeah, I'm gonna head off and have lunch now. But anyone's welcome to join the chat as long as they're respectful and not mean to Rick or Tool or anything. Um, other than that, yeah, I'll be back in probably an hour or less.
All right.
All right. Cheers, guys. Take care. And if you have any questions, Rick will probably flag them up or something, and I'll answer them when I get back. So, see you soon.
All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's get back to the comments and questions from our friends. Now, let's see. Let me go back in here. And we have a good morning from Linda. So we'll start from there. And Juliet. And okay, Amy doesn't take melatonin. So I'm going to go through every one of these, see if I missed anything. I know that Jonathan did find the questions. My Carnivore Chronicles. Oh, okay. And Peter returned. There you go. I guess either working or taking some time off. My cat wakes me up for his first meal of the day. My cat doesn't wake me up. He goes to the kitchen and waits in there. He's a good kitty most of the time, but Milton does have his attack moments. All right. So I got that one. And Jonathan got the question. And let me see. And don't let the pants fall off. Like Butter Bob always said, butter makes your pants fall off. And DS111, yeah, we haven't seen him too much. And there was a question that Jonathan got. And there's Wendy. Well, hello. Good to see you again, Ryan. Yeah, okay. So we have a hello from Bill Cook to everybody. And we have a hello from Wendy. Okay. Went to melatonin. All right. I guess everybody's talking about melatonin and the benefits of melatonin. As you know, I don't use any supplements. I'm too cheap. And this is a question that we skip. How do you motivate yourself when you just don't want to work out or work? Well, I got news for you. If I don't do it, it doesn't get done. And my motivation is thinking, hey, I need to get this done. So that's what I do. I just make myself do it. Even when it's hot, even when it's difficult, I have no choice. If I want to see results, I've got to do it. If you have a chance to see Hank Williams Jr. in concert, oh, okay. Hank Williams Jr. is still alive. Interesting. That's great. Biscuit, magnesium. All right. Unless you don't like country. Well, I'm not a big fan of country today. I like country and western in the old days, but not so much today. I won't drop my pants in the store. That would be a good thing. That is very true. Concert. Okay. Thanks, Carnivore Chronicles. We have a hello to Amy. On unwarranted advice. The moral of that story is tell your own story. Do not try to ghost write the lives of others. Yes, Liz, I agree with that. And beware of Milton because Milton will rip your lips off. Uh, okay, so Josephine is off. Good to have you here. I guess with a time difference. And there's North Dakota Carnivore Lance. Good morning, Rick and Jonathan. And again, 11 o'clock, he has a live. So if this is still going and you get bored, why not check out his channel? Saw so many people sadly out of shape last night. Even Hank looks like he's got fatty liver. Well, that is a shame. It's like when you look at the old farmers, they're all overweight. Hello, BBW. Wonder who that's referencing. Okay. Morning to Lance. Yep. Very correct, Rick. We learn a lot by mistakes rather than instructions or coddling. That is correct. You have to let people make mistakes so they can get reset to the point. When you get to the point when you realize you don't know everything, that's when the wisdom really starts to kick in. And it's the same thing when you make assumptions about people. It's right there. Make an ass out of you and me. You do not want to go by hearsay. You always want to go by real world evidence. So we have hello from Lance and a hello to Peter. And I'm catching up. And that was a question that Jonathan had looked at before. And let's see. All the Father's Day. Yep, I hit that one. Okay, I've been taking peptides, is helping out my bones and injuries. So that's good. Peter is not fat anymore. That is good. What I hate in particular are the demands for YouTubers to disavow some person or thing. That's a good point. I don't know why anybody would make such a silly statement. Advice I don't ask for. Yeah, my mom always does this. Gives me advice I don't ask for. I can definitely get me crazy upset, but I understand it's coming from a good place. She's only telling me I have to eat fruits and veg. Yes. And Kurt says, unfortunately, a lot of people keep touching that hot burner, hoping something's changed. Yes. Isn't it funny how they do that and they keep getting burned? But they never learn. Yep. Patty likes salted garlic flavored leftover gizzard water. Okay. That's reassuring. Birds did too. Okay. My daughter, happy Father's Day. Nice. I guess that's tomorrow, isn't it? That's one thing I don't have to worry about. I'm not a father. Rick, that is an excellent point. Very well stated. Well, thank you. That's the way that I feel. People need to do what they need to do and set the example for others and not tell other people what to do, unless, of course, they're working for you. In which case, since they're you're well, since they're your employee, uh-oh, my phone is ringing. I bet I know who it is. I know exactly who it is. Anyway, I'll answer that. Hello? Hello? Yeah, good. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That heavy? Okay. Mm-hmm. The brush the brush fire. Yeah, there's several brush fires going. Last night it was super smoky here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the rainy season just refuses to start. Hopefully it'll rain today. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. Excellent. Why is that? Well, that's a good point, but you know what? At this point, it's your decision, not his. If you think that's the right, forget it. You'd be better off with a native plant nursery. Forget about affordable housing. That's a dream. It's a very complicated one. If you could trade it, trade it. That sounds like a plan. What? Right. That's fine. But if you can do that, that'd be great because then You can, but the thing is, you got to promise Albert you're not going to get any more junk. That's the thing. Yeah, if you promise Albert you won't get any more junk, he'll get behind you. That's what I think. What do you mean? That's the problem. Well, if you're going to trade for that land, you need to start on the agricultural immediately after trading. Don't put it off like you did with your lot. Well, you could start if you trade his land, start with his land, and if they refuse, then you put the process through to combine the two. You can do that. You can absolutely do it, but you have to resist the urge to load it up with more crap. And that's it. Well, but it happened. It it happened because you kept bringing more and more and more stuff. That's what it was. Yeah, but that was the last. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. But the thing is, now you can get rid of at least half of what you got there because it's all garbage. If you do decide, look, I'll help you with a native plant nursery. If you trade it, and you know me, I get accused of being negative, but you could do that. That's a stroke of genius. If he decides to trade the place, I will help you get the native plant nursery started, and you can follow through. But you have to promise me you won't put any crap on the lot. That's all. That's correct. But that's why if you trade the lot, you have to pursue that immediately. Don't even worry about. I mean, you got the other problem to deal with, but before you put anything on that lot, go down to the extension service and get the process going because it'll be a lot easier to clear that off and get it. I just have to get the dozer running again. Just clear the whole thing and start setting up the rows and just start putting in container. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, but right. There used to be a pump. There used to be a pump there, remember? Okay, well, there you go. So if you do that, you're on the right track. But that's, again, you got to resist the temptation to load up and then you'll be fine. I'll talk to Albert. I don't think I I think he just thinks you're going to load it up with crap, and I don't think you're going to do that. I think you learn your lesson. All right. Well, that's right. But you don't have that anymore. So if you do it, then that'll be perfect. I think it'll work out. Right. But that would be a great idea. Right. Right, right. That's fine. After lunch, I would say around 12:30 to 1. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, let me know after then. Okay. Well, let me know after then. Make sure I'm available and then we'll get that done, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it worked before. See what they do. That's it. Right. Well, write it up otherwise and we'll try to look it up and it'll be fine. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Why is this not working? Come on. Ugh. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, a friend of mine is trying to make a deal. He's trying to get this nursery, But my friend is a junk collector. He's worse than me. And I keep telling him, we can do it. But forget the ornamental plants. Let's go for the native plants. You have to leverage the knowledge that you have. And one of the things about me, I'm very direct and I tend to be very forward with the advice that I give. And I'm not going to, as they say, sugarcoat. I'm a carnivore. We don't sugarcoat anything. I may coat it with lard. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. 4 iguanas sunning in the mahogany tree, South Florida. Got to get that crossbow out there and have yourself a delicious lunch. Okay, so we hit that question and July 11th. Okay. Let me scroll. Let me check my comments on my stream and make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Yeah, everything seems to be good. So anyway, let me go back over here and let's see. Peter has, she can't give up her crackers. I got her putting either cold butter or cheese on the crackers. Okay. Instead of the seed oil crap. Do you think eating keto? Okay, that was the question we covered. Jonathan is a beast. Yes, he is. Happy early birthday to Jonathan. There we go. Keto marketed stuff is pure BS. Yes, Kurt, I agree with that. You're going to find people who enjoy your personality. Others that don't. We have to stay authentic to ourselves and hope to find our viewers. Yes, that's why my channel is not that popular, because I only have the best of the best that subscribe to my channel. All the sort of ho-hum popularity following subscribers, they don't come to my channel. But all the people on my channel, there's a lot of participants. I have 70 people right now participating, and I have only like 4,300 subscribers. That's really quite good. All right. Let's see. Jonathan and Rick, Derbyshire, England. Okay, hello from England. All right. Well, there you go. You're from Jonathan's part of the world. Got to run. I'll have a coaching client in a few minutes. I'll be back if you're still on. Well, thanks for being here, Amy. And hopefully you'll have a successful coaching session. All right. And Kurt says, see you later to Amy. He just knows good people. Yes, I agree with that. Okay. And bye to Amy. See you later, Amy. I avoid all the keto food products, which are made in a factory by big food companies. Keto bread, pies, treats, etc. They are poison. Dr. Ken Berry talks about all the time. Well, there you go. If it comes out of a factory, it's not food, in my opinion. Same weekend as Jonathan's next competition. All right. Yeah, the birthday. Okay. Hi, Rick and Jonathan. I didn't know when you were going to be on, but I found you. I am an old woman, but like a sponge, gather the information, then sift through. Think about it, keep some, trash some. That comes with wisdom and experience, and we appreciate that here. Normal is so overrated. Well, normal doesn't exist here. Why would you want to lower your husband's testosterone? 451 is excellent. Mine is 650 and I'm 64. Carnivore 3.5 years. I don't even know if I have any testosterone. My libido is 0. Normal is boring. Yes, it is. And we have amen to Juliet. And we have, what is normal? That is a very good question. Kurt's asking the hard-hitting questions, as usual. A neighbor to the one from England. And there's Jonathan's Nightbot. A lot of people use that. Rick is anything but normal. Yes. And Peter is the only one in the carnivore community that has ever seen my home. So he knows better than anyone. Rick is John Q. Public. Well, there you go. Or the opposite. Oh, yeah. And Rick is a quack too. Yes, I am a total quack. Rick, Jonathan, and friends, good morning from Jemet. Well, good morning. Good morning from Rick. And Jonathan will return. And Rick calls me Quack Jr. Yes, because you are a quack. And unlike a real duck, you can't eat pretzels. And we have a good morning, Jemet. Speaking of ducks, I think the ducks are outside. I heard them doing their little quacky sounds. Hopefully they didn't run away. And yes, Peter had to show the pretzels. Yes, I am always lurking. Yes, you are. And that's why we have so many subscribers. And there's Jonathan's link for his consultations. And let's see what else we have here. We have some more hellos. And a good morning to Bill Cook. I side sleep on 5 inches of gel foam, top of my mattress, also with a nearly pancake flat pillow. So I have no neck issues. Awesome. Back stays pretty good if I adhere to carnivore. Well, that's great. I sleep on a mattress with springs that were sticking out. So I put little carpet pieces over the springs that stick out. But I have no problems. I always wake up in the morning with no pain whatsoever. To make a nearly flat pillow, open up and throw away half the stuffing, sew it back up. My pillow is full of duck feathers. Question: Rick, brother from another mother, you're a threat to those who ostracize you in carnivore community. Yes, I seem to be. And anyone that would ban me from their channel definitely has something to hide. So if you don't see me chatting in a carnivore channel, that means that they have blocked me from their channel, just like on the Dante Ferrigno channel, for some reason had blocked me. And it makes me wonder, is that channel going rogue? Is it something that we really should be watching? I don't know. But I don't seem to be blocked from any of the others. So I think the carnivore community in general is pretty good. And we have a good morning, Julie. And we have a question for me. I've seen Mother Duck and her ducklings enjoying your garden. Are they safe from your plate? Yes, they are too small. First of all, I don't eat female ducks generally. They're not that big and they lay eggs, which so I eat their eggs instead. And the ducklings, I won't eat them until they're at least a year old. I want them to get as big as possible because when I generally eat the drakes or the male ducks because those are the ones that fight. If you have more than one drake in your flock, you're going to have a lot of fighting. You're going to have a lot of ducklings killed. So you want to keep the drake to one, maybe two. If you get a gay one, they're usually okay because they don't fight as much. The gay ones usually just kind of hang out. They do their own thing. Although they will fight when they have to, they generally don't initiate it. And they're great for protecting the ducklings because the gay ducks, they sit with the females, they don't mate with them. And when other animals come to bother the ducklings, they will attack. So they do serve a purpose. But generally, one drake, any others, they have to go to the kitchen. So I select the most aggressive of the bunch, the ones that cause the most trouble. I move them to the executive suite for a 2 to 4 week fattening process. And then when they're fat enough, I activate the duck guillotine. I did show the whole process a couple of years ago, but YouTube deleted the video and demonetized my channel. So I guess I won't be doing that anymore. But then again, maybe I'll do a live stream with a duck preparation, starting with a fat duck, the duck guillotine. I won't show the guillotine, but the bell and light will come on to tell me when the duck is ready. I will show the process of removing the feathers, gutting out the bird, and preparing it for dinner. So that's really very, very tasty. So anyway, that's what happens with the quackers. And we have some more hellos. And furniture store, we sell tons of different types of pillows, low, medium, and high. Okay. Yeah, of course. People have all kinds of demands. Around here, we're primitive. I just use what I can find. I've never bought any furniture in my life. As you can see, everything I have is basically a discard. Please post buy me a coffee. I keep forgetting to do that. I will do it. Let me see. We have Bill. Mine is Walmart. Can't get furniture at Walmart. Yeah, I'd rather go to the dump for furniture. Find comfortability harder. Pick fine. Usually I'll reupholster my own. In fact, when I get some money, I'm going to get some material and reupholster this couch. It's pretty ratty with strings sticking out and springs coming out of the base. Rick, did you change your deep fat fryer every time you use it if the meat is different? No, I do not. I generally, I mean, I use the same lard or tallow for chicken or for duck or shrimp. I don't really change it. I only change it when it starts to break down, and then I just turn it into hand cleaner or soap. Oh, let's see. Grant's Faithful GLP Journey. Good morning. I guess you changed your channel name. Well, good morning. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Hi, Joe. How have you been? I missed you. Did you know 30% of your comfort when sleeping is from the neck up? Meaning your pillow, not the mattress. Interesting. Now, Peter's in the furniture business. Excuse me. So he knows what he's talking about. That's definitely a selling point. How have you been? Olive Campbell. There's Jerry. Good date, everyone. Well, good date. And we'll be checking out your live at 1. I asked AI for ideas how to dispatch rats. It told me that it couldn't help with cruelty to animals. See what I mean? And rats, you just get the rat trap and I got a lot of rat traps, but I haven't had to use a rat trap in 2 years now. Ever since I got the ultimate furry solar powered rat trap, requires no batteries. You just give it cat food and water, and any rodent that comes through the house is dead meat, literally. Okay. I became aware. I picked up a full box of new China. And Jordan Marsh. Oh, back in 1970s. Oh, I'll never forget Jordan Marsh. He used to have one at Dayland Mall. Then they became Mervin's. Then they became a Macy's furniture store. Good morning to Jerry. I'm doing great. Okay. All kinds of good stuff. Hi, Dawn and Tammy. Get rats that eat other rats. Or you could just use some Asian cuisine. I heard they use rodents in some of that. I gave you the Alka-Seltzer idea. Flop, flop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Rant trying. Okay. I realize I am lacking a lot of energy that I get from interacting with the community. I agree with that. Oh, boy. Why am I getting all yawny? Hi, Brian. It's a dog eat dog world we live in. Yes, it is. But as long as it's not a dog eat cat, we're good. Good morning to Jerry. Sad but true. Yes. My broken in mattress is a keeper too. Yes, it is. Especially with the cost of a new mattress is more than another truck. It cost me more mattress to replace my car. It cost me more money to replace my mattress than to replace my truck. Okay, and only the strong and smart survive. Yeah, well, sometimes those that are not that strong or smart survive because they have rich parents. Hi again. Hello, Jerry. Yes. And we have the hellos going back and forth. Glad you're here to work again. Hope to see you live again soon. You always brighten my day. And let's see. Okay. All right. I'm going to hop in the shower and head into work. I'll be listening on my way to work and also as I can at work. Well, thank you, Peter. And keep avoiding those pretzels because we know how dangerous they can be. I've been making baking soda treats. I didn't see any yesterday. Now I'm waiting for aroma. Okay. Do not shower before work. Try to look like you just woke up and sell more mattresses that way. Rick can catapult to the UK. Well, they were talking about that comments earlier. Goes to show how far behind I am, but I'll catch up eventually. Jonathan, have a great lunch. Okay. We're getting closer. If I've got any energy, I might do one later today. Oh, live stream or video. Yes. Bye, Jonathan. Lovely to see you. Yes, he'll be back. He'll be back. And Kelly's still here. That's awesome. All right. We will get caught up. Haven't seen you in a while. Michael Pregler just got back from Farmer's Market. Hope everyone is having a great day. Yes, and glad to have you here. Usually you're at the gym, but Farmer's Market, that's good. Loving the background in neon. Cool. Well, thank Jonathan for that. Jonathan did that for me. My channel is primitive. You see, when I go to Jonathan's channel, it's like I've gone to the 2020s. When I go to my channel, it's like the 1970s. That's kind of the difference. So we have that here. And please hit like, leave a comment after the video. That's Jonathan's message. There we go. And let's see. We have a hello from Kelly to Lance. There we are. And Lance will be on in about an hour. So, although Jonathan will have returned. Thanks very much, everyone, for being here. I'll be back later. Yes, you will. Okay. And let's see. Got a good morning to Kelly. And all right. Looks like it repeated it. Okay. Still here, just lurking because I'm working too. Well, Christy has to work on the weekend. Hopefully, you're working from home, which is good. Have a great lunch. All right. And there is Jonathan's link for his coaching and consulting services. Highly recommend it if you need someone who specializes in carnivore and bodybuilding. Rick is a revolving door morning hangout. That's what's fun about it. Also, guillotine stories. Yes. I wish I could post some of the videos, but they don't seem to like turning a duck into dinner. Rick, you are a father to Milton, Miss Kitty, and kittens. Well, that might be true, but I'm not the one that made it with him. And there's Larry Ryan. Good morning, Rick, and Carnivore as well. Good morning. And yeah, we have some good hellos. It's supposed to rain today. It's a little bit dark. Maybe we'll get some rain. If it does, I may have to take a break to check the trays to see how much water is leaking in the shop. Thankfully, the house doesn't leak water because it's got 2 tarps and a few patches on it. Hey, there's Christy. Christy's been here for a while. Got to go. Need to spend time with wife. Well, Kurt, glad you were here, and I look forward to the next time I see you. I showed up at work all disheveled, dirty, unshowered. I'd get a warning, and if I continue, I'd be fired. Yes, that is correct. I'm the same way. What I need to get done, what motivates me, like yesterday, I need to replace my mailbox post and get my mom's mailbox on the new post. You know, I need to replace my mailbox post, but I'm not lazy, but the thought of me going out there with a digging bar and cutting through coral rock is not fun. But never fear. Now that hopefully by today or tomorrow it'll be running, I'm going to take Bob out there and I'm going to drill a hole. And I know I'm not going to hit the gas pipe because I know where it is. I should call 811. Yes, I may do it, but I'm going to use Bob. So I'm going to be like Tim Taylor in Tool Time, and I'm going to use the biggest machine possible to do the job instead of going out there with a Cuban toothpick digging bar and a clamshell. I'm going to put my auger bit on there, and I'm going to drive Bob out there and auger that thing down 3 or 4 feet in the ground and put in the new mailbox post. So again, it's just big boys playing with their big toys. And everyone's saying goodbye to Kurt. I shower with my natural towel soap before I work and feel great clean as a whistle. Rick showers 2 times a day or more. Yes, I do. I am, again, there are people in the carnivore community that say they go for days without taking a bath. You do not want to see what I look like 3 hours into working. I mean, you've seen me probably in some of the videos where I dropped in a couple weeks ago. I dropped in Carnivore Talk just after working, and it wasn't even that big of a job. It was a simple plumbing job. And I look like, someone said, a chimney sweep. When you work physically for a living, you have to take a bath. And think about it. Most animals, they go in the water to wash themselves off. Chickens, they use dust to try to wash themselves off. And cats, they lick themselves, which I'm not going to do that. So that's one of those things. Anyway, let's see. Let's keep going. I might be able to finish this by the time Jonathan returns, which would be great. And then when Jonathan returns, when he eventually goes back to take a break, I will probably open up for a panel so everybody that wants to drop in can drop in. I shower a lot, at least twice a day, nothing like clean. Yes, exactly. See, people that are active, people, let's say you work on a farm, or let's say that you do blue collar work, you're going to get dirty. That's just part of living. And especially someone that is in a hot climate like me, you have to keep doing that. You really have to, you have to make sure that you give attention to yourself, because if you never clean yourself, you're going to get nasty looking skin. You might get an infection. You're going to smell bad. You're going to look terrible, and no one's going to be around you. You're going to be like the homeless person that everybody walks around on the bus bench. Is that the way you want to look? I don't think so. I would rather clean myself. I think that's one of the most important things out there. It's like if you have a nice car, wouldn't you want to keep it washed? Or would you let the bird poop sit on it, the tree leaves, the dirt, all the other nastiness, greasy hand stains and all that? Even my crappy van, which is a rust bucket, I keep cleaning it whenever I can. I feel better when I can look out the windshield and I don't see dirt, and I look inside and there's no garbage on the floor. I have to ride with friends that have trucks full of crap. You have food wrappers and cups, and then it's just junk everywhere on the dashboard. I get in my friend's truck. I said, it's like riding in a dumpster. I like dumpsters, but I go to the dumpster to get what I want and then I leave. I don't say I want to live in a dumpster. No. So even though my house and yard are cluttered, if you ever get in my vehicle, you'll never have to push aside crap. Of course, I don't eat in the vehicle while driving. I will cook while driving, but normally what I'll do when the food is cooked, I'll stop somewhere and I'll enjoy my meal. So let's see. I just had 5 eggs fried in lots of butter with a can of delicious and nutritious Icelandic cod livers. That sounds pretty good. And that's healthy. It's better than taking vitamins. And if you look at Peter's attitude, and again, not only did I get to meet him, but I rode with him all the way from Melbourne all the way down to Miami because he brought home computer and some other goodies that I had. On the way there, I took the train to Boca, and we went from Boca. But again, it was pretty nice. It's always good to meet someone. And we got to eat together at the Brazilian steakhouse with Mitch and friends. Handing at my son's law's lake house. Having a family party this weekend. My triplets are turning 35. Well, there you go. That's the thing. You have kids. They have kids. Pretty soon you got children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. I'm using that one today, Rick. I am a carnivore. We don't sugarcoat anything. That is correct. We don't do that. We have a good morning from Marla Kelly. I'm catching up sooner or later. I'll get there. Thanks, Jeanette. It's hard to get the whole family together at one time. Yes, what fun. Rick and everyone, have a good day today. And I hope to see everyone on my live tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. And it will be an open panel, now off to a St. Louis Adventure Wall. I'll try to be here. I may have to work tomorrow, but if I don't, I'll be here. And we have a hello from Patricia Butler. Well, hello. We have a bye to Kelly and Juju and Jerry. I hope you are well. Have a good day to Kelly. All right. I'm surprised Milton. Usually Milton around 10 will pop in for another bite out of me, but he's probably sleeping on the bed. Rick, how do you know if a duck is gay? Well, that's very simple. Gay ducks don't mate with the females. The thing is, the really aggressive ones, they try to mate with the males and they start fights. But generally, the gay ducks are the ones that don't mate. It's rare to have 2 of them, but I have actually had 2 homosexual ducks that hung out with each other all the time. And it was really quite funny because they were like always with each other. They followed each other around. But let me tell you something. When I had those 2 gay ducks, I had more ducks than at any time in my life. And you think, well, how can it be? You have 2 ducks that don't mate with the females. How did you have so many ducks? Well, it's very simple. Normally, when you have one dominant duck, the other ducks get chased away. So every time another duck tries to mate with a female, the dominant one chases him away. But when you have 2 gay ducks, they don't chase the other ducks away. You might have 4 ducks mating. Those 2 ducks are sitting there, and all these other young males are mating with the females. So instead of having one flock with a limited amount of mating partners, you have all these ducks mating all over the place. Next thing you know, they're laying eggs everywhere. You got like 8 or 9 nests in your yard. And when they hatch out, it's like duckling overload. So usually what I'll end up doing is putting up the chicken wire all around the yard so the ducklings can't get out, and then they invade the entire yard. Then I got to hit every restaurant to get enough duck food, like the Chinju buffet, hit the grocery store, and just dump the duck food in here. Well, pretty soon there's so much duck poop all around, my bananas and mangoes and avocados shoot into overdrive. But the problem comes when the ducks get big enough to fly, then they go on the neighbor's house, they poop on their brand new truck, poop on their roof. Now I'm the bad guy. So, what ends up happening? Well, I have to build a much larger duck fattening area, and I have to divide it in 4 or 5 sections. Next thing you know, I got 4 or 5 males being fattened up. I'm eating eggs like it's going out of style, and I'm cooking constantly. So it's actually not all bad. It's a lot of work, but a lot of good flavor comes out of that. But that's how I know. Rick has duck gaydar. Yeah, right. And it's really funny when you think about it, because a lot of the super religious people think that it's a choice, but with the animals, I don't think it's a choice. I think it's just some kind of genetic mix up. And Jonathan says, feel free to subscribe to Rick. And he gives the link to my channel. And I appreciate that. Yes. And don't forget also, if you're not subscribed to Jonathan's channel, go ahead and do it before Jonathan has to come and do it for you. Where's Milton? Milton is probably sleeping on the bed, but he always returns. Great pacing, Rick. Well, thank you. Dick? Okay. I'm like Dick Tracy. Well, there we go. All right. Great pacing, Rick. Feel free to open the panel whenever. I will do that. To join the quacks. Okay. So Jonathan has posted the link. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try to highlight that on my channel. Let me see. Okay. If I can find it. Let me go ahead and pin that. There we go. I am going to pin message. Bam. So it's on my channel. All right. Now, I have a Black & Decker portable washing machine, my condo kitchen, that only uses cold water. That's okay since I'm a city girl. Okay. I've seen the portable washing machines. In fact, I've picked them up and given them away. Miss Mary's finally taken a break. She has had the zoomies and been playing all morning. You know how animals are. They love that. Milton sometimes goes into crazy mode. What? Yeah, well, are we talking about the ducks here? I'm back. My client reschedules. I decided to make some deviled eggs to go with a brisket. Well, there you go. That sounds like a pretty good combination. Yes. Welcome back to Amy. Yes, it does sound yum. The senior center here has day-old baked goods from Publix or the seniors to take. Limit of 1. Imagine if I could bring Rick a loaf of French bread. Well, guess where that French bread would go? It'd go right outside to Mr. Quack's. That's a shame they give them that stuff. I will do it for you otherwise. Well, it looks like I actually caught up. I caught up with the comments. I can't believe it. And if you look, let's see. Look. I see that Jonathan has posted the StreamYard link, which, if I click this, will it break the internet? No. Okay, so you have the link if you decide to join in the panel. I have a lot of people complain to me, well, Rick, you need to get on StreamYard so you can post a link for the panel. Well, this is your chance. And the last time that Jonathan and I did one of these live streams, we had Lubas, which is the name of his channel. He joined in. I had never heard of him before. I haven't seen him much, but he's sort of the hardcore carnivore guys out there. Maybe there's some other people out there that haven't been on other channels. I know that everybody wants to get on the popular channels. Pretty much everybody's been interviewed by Dave Mack, who, by the way, started with this guy. I was his first interview, and I say it all the time because I put myself out there for anyone that wanted to interview me. And of course, the first person to interview me live was Jonathan. And if you look through my history, you'll see that. And it's going to be 4 years. You realize in August of this year, it's going to be 4 years since I was first interviewed about my carnivore diet. And I think that's pretty amazing. So anyway, that is what's going on here. Yes, and there is his channel. Jonathan has posted it there, Lubas channel. Jonathan is my one and only moderator on my channel. So it goes to show Jonathan is on point as always. He's good at posting the links. If I try to do it, I'll sit here and look around and try to find the links, but most of the time I mess it up. It's just one of those things. So, what else do we have going on? Well, today, as you probably heard, a part of the conversation, I muted out part of it. I have a friend that he's got county problems and trying to clean up his lot, but he might be getting the lot next to him. And if he does that, he'll have 5 acres. And I'm telling him, you need to rezone that lot as agricultural. That'll get the county off of your back. And you can actually make money selling native plants. You might even do some landscaping. I mean, think about it. You have a friend who's an amateur botanist, this guy, who knows more about plants than anybody else I know. Oh, I heard the door open to my room. So that means the Black Menace is on the prowl. So don't be surprised if my arm gets attacked again by Mr. Monster. All right. Can you put it by me? Yes, I can. I will do that. Let me see. Let me go ahead. This is my chance. I forget the technique for popping up websites, but I'll just do it on my other display. So let me do that. And okay, let me get my keyboard out. Of course, mine is wired and it's old. Yes, there we go. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. There. All right. And we will put this right here. And here comes Milton. Hello, Milton. Are you going to attack me? Look at that face. You want to attack me, don't you? You're going to stop doing that. You think you're sneaky. I see your black fur ball right there. Okay. Everyone, you want to say hi to everybody? Let me post this, and I'm going to let you say hi to everybody. Come on, Milton. Come on. Milton. Sweet. Look at that absolutely beautiful little Black Menace. Hi, sweetheart. Say hello. Look at that face. I love my baby Milton. There you go. Well, you're a nice kitty. You want to look out the window? I think Milton wants to look out the window. Let me open the Venetian blind for you. Here we go. All right. How's that? There you go. I had pulled the blind down because sometimes people come here unexpectedly. My yard is always open, although I did put a padlock and chain on the gate so I don't get any more of those unexpected Mr. McFeely visits like you get in the real Mr. Rogers. And by the way, I've had people tell me that I do remind them of Mr. Rogers, but I think I'm sort of the carnivore version of Mr. Rogers. If you look at Fred Rogers when he was 58, he actually looked older than I do. And I think in many ways, it's going to be interesting to see how long I live before I have my heart attack and see how I age. And I hope that this material will become sort of a public record. So long after I kick the bucket, people can look back in the carnivore space and they'll be able to see what happened. And Liz has a comment. Your live stream is the it place to be. There we go. No one like Rick Hollis. Well, there we go. And again, I seem to appeal to a very unique sector of the YouTube community, not just the carnivores. There are other YouTubers out there that like me. I mention all the time some of the farming channels. Our local farmer, Tom, the, Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. He mentions me quite a bit. So it's not just the carnivores, it's all the unique people. And there are a lot of unique people out there, which I really do like getting to know them. It takes 2 to get the production right. Yes, it does. One person cannot do it all. I have to do it all because I have no choice. But whenever I have a business, one of the most important things is building those relationships with people. And one of the reasons why my businesses initially thrive is because I don't put myself as being some kind of expert or a rich man. I admit that I'm poor. And people are willing to work a little harder, even when they're not getting paid as much as other companies, when they realize that the owner of the company is not taking advantage of them. But when they start to see the owner of the company or the co owners buying new cars and fancy homes and going on trips, then they go, wait a minute, you're getting all this money and you're only paying me this much? No, 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 no. And that's when the problem starts. And you know what? I agree because I don't like it either. And that's usually when I start causing problems in the company and I get thrown out because I don't like seeing people taking advantage of others. And there's my link. I put it there as requested. And Jonathan has also posted it to buy Rick a coffee. He deserves a cuppa. There you go. See? Now, I don't even drink coffee, but I can use the cashola. And instead of buying coffee, I'll buy cat food. So from coffee to meat for the kitty cats, and everybody loves kitty cats. I have to cut my acre with a push mower, the southern heat, waiting on my starter from Amazon. I have to replace it, my riding lawnmower. You would be proud of me. I'm doing man things. Well, there you go. See, when I have my new place, I'm not going to have any real grass. I always like to have a little bit of grass around the house, and that's it. My yard's going to be a forest. If I build on my 5-acre lot, I planted a bunch of pine trees and palmettos almost 30 years ago when I bought the land. And it's still there. It's overgrown. See, there's the way I figure it. While I'm waiting, why would I want to have a bunch of grass to cut? I just throw all the native vegetation there, let it do its thing. When I build my home, I can remove what I don't want and I can encourage what I do want. And as long as you own equipment, it's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about it overgrowing. In fact, if some of those pine trees have gotten big enough, I may end up using them for paneling. The ones that I don't want, they're going to be on the wall. Instead of this cheap plywood paneling, it's going to be real beaded board pine paneling, which is ironic because I don't build with wood. I only build with steel and concrete. But I do like having the wood accents to give it that 50s look. And that's the thing. I don't like the black, white, and gray. You won't find drywall in my house ever. Drywall is not something that I like. Can't stand it. I will use concrete. I'll use tile. I'll use lime plaster or even gypsum plaster over some type of expanded mesh. If I was restoring a house that had wood, I would probably use a wood lath. But when I build something, we don't use wood. There's no wood. Any structure that I build is always concrete and steel. Existing building, I try to fix it, but if I had my way, I start brand new. So when I get older, I don't want to have to deal with maintaining a termite infested box. I learned to slow cook pork pot roast from watching Rick. A big savings on beef. See? And it's not bad. You can still feel good eating pork. I got some pork I'm going to cook up for lunch. No problem with that. All right. And we have Jonathan's consultation link, which comes up. I guess a Nightbot puts it there so you won't forget it. And always be thankful of gifts. Yes. And I believe I caught up with the comments again. I don't see anybody rushing in to join in, but you can simply look at my channel. How many people do we have? We have 55 watching right now. So it went down. We have 54. It's starting to go down. And I said to join in the quacks. Okay. And it's still there. So we are good. Let's see here. All right. We got some more comments. Liz says, the grass pisses me off too. I would love to have a forest. Yes. And what you could do if you had the money for it, you could get yourself a skid steer loader and get yourself a mulching mower for it. You put it on the front of the machine and then you have your forest, and while your forest is growing, you can still mow down the weeds and bushes you don't want. Once the trees get big enough to shade everything, it becomes like my yard. Weeds are no longer an issue. And the thing about a forest, if you clean out the inside of it, you can still use the yard. If it's all overgrown, you can't get through it. But, and of course, overgrown can be strategic, especially around the perimeter. When somebody wants to break in, it makes noise, and you can have your cameras and infrared sensors ready. And when someone is trying to break in, you can have your Muscovy duck egg launcher ready and hit them with the nastiest rotten eggs you could ever imagine. And if that doesn't discourage them, you can move up to some type of lead alloy. And we have Barbara here, Grandma's Crochet Corner. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And we were talking about you. Jonathan is one of your fans, so you're in good company. We would all, let's see, we all would do something, but money says otherwise. I'm grateful. I'm free. Yeah, that is true. There's a lot of things we can't do because we don't have the money. And we have a morning too, Barbara. And again, I wish that your lives were earlier so I could join in. But by the time you're online, I'm winding down my day. I get up between 6 and 6:30 every day. Uploading the testing now. Very good results. Yay me. Well, that's great. See, anyone can make progress. And the more progress you make, the more encouraged you get. Great to hear. Yeah, see, everybody likes that. You're all great. Love you all. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for being here. So, again, does anybody want to join in over here next to the quacker? Or is everybody going to be shy today? That's fine. But again, you have your choice. On a normal Rick live stream, you have the phone where we don't have to see you. But on this one, you can join in at any time and speak your mind. But be nice, because if you start trashing people, I also have this little remove function where I can just click that and you disappear. We have trolls that like to come in and like to show dirty pics. So we'll have to boot you if you do that. We're going to click, quick on the click over here. We're down to 52 right now. But anyway, let's see. Now, let me talk a little bit about some of the things that have happened during the week. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier before Jonathan had come in. I was talking about some of the controversy that has been taking place in the carnivore space. Now, on top of that, there's also events that take place in the carnivore space. We have meetups. Last week, we had the great UK meetup, which took place. There's other meetups that are coming up. Now, isn't there going to be another showing of the Healing Humanity movie sometime this month? I thought it would be on one of the weekends. Let me look over here. I'm just curious. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. Healing Humanity. Okay, June 27th, screening. So next week, there's one in Orlando on June 29th. Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, good. So I think next week they're going to have a screening. The one part of the world that they don't have any at this point is the most populated part of Florida. And you know where that is. Between the Florida Keys and the end of Palm Beach County, there are more people here than in the entire rest of the state. So, but they don't, I guess this is sort of a carbohydrate dominated zone. But anyway, that's something that's coming up. And what else? Well, there's been some controversy going on. I don't know if anyone was watching the Keto Cookout last Tuesday with Russ Mitchell. And maybe Russ is awakened by now. He might actually be listening to it as well. So let me go back over here. Where is my Uh-oh. Okay. Let me go back over here. My StreamYard link. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's see. I missed Jonathan. I have to watch repo. Well, Jonathan will return. Jonathan is eating lunch. He will be back. And again, anyone that wants to join in is free to do so. I haven't seen anybody pop in yet. I'm sure if it'd be Mitch's live stream, they'd be knocking down the door. But over here in Rick's live stream, it varies. Now, I was going through my stuff and I found an old book. Now, does anybody know what this book is about? It's called The Merck Manual, 17th edition. Now, this room is so dark you can't really see anything, but I have a very powerful light. So we will put the light on here and I will read to you. Let's see. It says 1999. Let me just double check with a magnifier. Yes, it is 1999. The first edition was 1889. They had a veterinary manual in 1955, a manual of geriatrics in 1990, and a manual of medical information home edition started in 1997. Now, anyway, what exactly is a Merck manual? Well, what is a Merck? Isn't that the name of a company? And they call this the Centennial Edition. Let me turn this off here. Centennial Edition, because it was 100 years after they published the first one. This is a manual which talks about different medical conditions. And of course, it makes sense because Merck is a drug company. So it makes sense that a drug company would want to publish a list of medical conditions because it means that they can sell more drugs. Now, I've had people tell me, well, Rick, you're against medical care. You must be one of those Christian scientists that thinks that medicine is not a good thing. Well, I got news for you. I have nothing against medical care. I do believe that modern medicine and modern treatments are a great thing. They've saved a lot of lives. I personally know people that would not be alive if they didn't have a medical intervention for things like heart disease, cancer, even a simple infection. How many people died of simple infections? They got cut, they got a bacterial infection, it became septic. In other words, it went into their blood and they died. When all it would have taken is a diagnosis and a little bit of chemistry, like an antibiotic, and they would have lived. My own parents, they lived additional years because of medical interventions. So when people go out there and they say that all medicine is bad, you should never take any prescription medicine, you should never use any hormones, you should never do this or that, they are making a blanket statement which is short-sighted and selfish. Because just because one person has been able to go their whole life without having any kind of critical medical crisis doesn't mean that every human being is built exactly the same. So a balanced view of medicine is important. Where I tend to draw the line is the whole concept that there's the gatekeeper effect. In other words, in order to give so-called medical advice, you have to join a club. You have to go to school for 8 to 10 years. You have to spend money you don't have. You have to know the right people so they can give you permission or license so you can put 2 letters next to your name, like MD. And that's really what it is. Even if you understood the basics that would be in literature like this, unless you have permission from the gatekeepers, you don't know anything. And this is why a lot of times people become sort of self-promoting. They believe that they have some type of advanced privilege. And the thing is, they don't. they have a privilege from the gatekeepers of the system. But just because they have gone through this process, it's like when people go to college and they want to join a fraternity or sorority. They make them do stupid things to humiliate them so they feel like they've accomplished something. And I do believe a lot of what is taught in colleges and medical schools is just there as a way of separating out certain people. You can get them, well, this person got through this program. Now they're certified to know this. Okay, fine. I understand that. But then you just discount everybody else. So really what it comes down to is only the people that have been approved by the gatekeepers are allowed to give advice. Everybody else, you don't exist. You don't mean anything. It's like, it's a little different in the technology world. You have people that go to school to learn computer science. And then you have people in their 20s that figured out how to program and write code on their own. And sometimes the people that figured out how to do it on their own are actually better than the ones that have gone through the formal training. Sadly, though, when it comes to things like medicine and law, that's not the way that it works. Now, the beauty is, if you can put all this data into a book that you have to thumb through, what happens if I took this data and I put it into computer memory? Let's say it was all on a hard drive. Now, I don't know where my hard drive is, but it's somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Okay, where's my hard drive? Here it is. All right. I have a 2 terabyte drive with a USB interface. And if I took all the medical information that would fit on one of these drives, and then instead of me having to thumb through a book full of dust, I could simply type in my question and let the hard drive tell me the information. Which method is more efficient? Which method would you use? Well, if I didn't have any power, I would use this moldy book and do that. Now, you'll notice the book is here. It's got some mold on it. Why does it have mold on it? Because the roof started to leak over where the bookcase was. I had to disassemble the bookcase and put a temporary catch to catch all the water. This is probably why I have sinus issues, because there's a lot of mold in the house. But although the book did get water damage, it was still salvageable, and I decided not to throw it away. Now, some of the books that got really wet went in the garbage. But I find stuff like this when I do cleanouts. And back when I used to work at Miami-Dade College, I made friends with a lot of different professors and even students, and they would have access to stuff like this. And they'd throw it out when it got old, and I'd keep it just because I like to use books as an acoustical barrier. But the real world data would be kept in electronic form. Now, the computer that we use to search for it, basically, you set up a database and then use search queries. For example, if you use SQL, you can do search queries and look through the database and find the information. But the information ultimately is being stored on a mechanical or simply electronic device. This is a mechanical drive. It has disk in it. But you've also got SSDs and so on. When you're poor, you use what you got. And the reality is, and it doesn't really matter what source you get it from, there's a Latin saying that means knowledge is power. And I think it's scientia est potentia or something like that. That used to be the slogan of our Miami-Dade College. I think they changed that. But sometimes they put the est at the end of it. Just all that Latin. They love all that Latin nonsense because they use it as sort of an authority. But the reality is, one way or the other, you're going to get the information either from practical experience. It's gone into your head. That's like me. Every time somebody has a bobcat problem, if they have an older bobcat, 20 years old or more, they'll call me up. I can even figure out a lot of the new ones, but they call me up. You can go to AI and type in the problems and it gives you a list. But then when you call Rick, Okay, Rick can ask you questions targeted. What noise does it make? Do you see oil leaking out? Does it smell like it's burning? Is the noise a thumping sound? Is it a grinding sound? Is it a high-pitched whine? And they go through all of that. So I come up with a diagnosis. Well, your main hydraulic pump is worn out and it needs to be rebuilt or replaced. Oh, you have a leak, but it runs good otherwise. It's a shaft seal. It's an inexpensive repair. And every time that I've given a diagnosis, it's been correct. When AI does it, maybe 50, 60%. So there is a difference. But again, the data can only tell you so much. The experience that comes with gathering the data and with using that data is important. Now, here's a little thing that I've noticed in my case. People always talk about positive thinking and optimism. That is like kryptonite to me. Every time that I tell somebody that a job's going to be easy, it turns out to be a disaster. My own Bobcat. I told my friend, I'll have that fixed by Tuesday. The part was supposed to be here on Monday, and I'll get that pin out of it. I still haven't fixed it. The part hasn't got here. I've gotten some of the parts, but not all of them. Hopefully that other part will come. It says it's out for delivery between 12:30 and 4. We'll see. But again, in my case, being positive always leads to disaster. Being realistic, that's what makes the difference. Because when things don't work, you can always have a reason. And Jonathan will be coming back shortly. That's good. And we have a good morning to Barbara. I respect the position. You went to class, you paid your fees, you got your degree, you're coaching, whatever. I don't have it, but I understand. That is correct. Put in the work, yes. But they don't recognize the work that we put in the real world. They only recognize the work that's put in their world. Our world doesn't matter because they are different than we are, at least in their mind. The reality is we're all the same. Problem with using data only in medicine is that it removes the art portion, the subjective evaluation of the patient, their symptoms, their history. That comes from. Yes, that's why a lot of times when you see a medical building, they call it a medical arts building. And art is something that can't be defined by computer code. Art is something that is human exclusively. But yes, that's a good point, Ellen. I agree with that. You're better than a service writer at the dealership. There you go. Right? Yes, Rick. That is the one reason the current healthcare system is failing. It is all algorithm and AI driven now. Yes. But again, the healthcare system at its core is designed to identify and solve problems. The problem is it only identifies problems after they've happened. It doesn't try to avoid them. And that's what the big deal is. This is why so many of the longevity scammers have come up. People have made fortunes by promising that they can help avoid problems through longevity medicine. But you ever notice something? None of these longevity gurus ever outlive anyone. The lady that smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and eat bacon and eggs every morning lived longer than the guy who promoted a healthy lifestyle of low fat and running and died before he was 70. So they're missing the mark. Yep. Jerry says, good morning to Ellen. Hi, all. Hi, Scooby. Yes. Jason, 916 is here. Excellent. Good to see you here. Yes, that is another also true. And we have a Barb, good morning from Jamette. Now, does that mean that everything that the system tells us is incorrect? So in other words, if it comes from the mainstream, is it default to be a lie? Is everything you see on the news a lie? Is everything that your doctor tells you a lie? Is everything that your local politician tells you a lie? Well, that may be a bad question because it might be. But the reality is most of the information that we get from the system is actually truth. The problem is, mixed in with the truth, you have things that are not so truthful. The lies are mixed in. If you want to color something other than, let's say you had a glass of water, any food coloring you put in the water, even the tiniest little amount is going to change the color from clear. The more drops you put in, the darker it gets. And when you mix colors, let's say you put a little yellow and you put a little blue in there, it may turn greenish. So it's not a matter of all they're doing is lying to you. It's a matter of they are giving you information to steer you to the narrative that they want you to concentrate on. And the way the system works, it's always from one narrative to another. There's going to be something that dominates the news. Then the next week it's something else. And the next week it's something else. And after a few weeks, you don't even remember what they were talking about a month ago. That's the whole idea. It's sort of like 1984 and Brave New World combined. We have a good morning from Jason. Did any of your kids get it? Yes. The black and white kitten, and I haven't asked her what they're going to name. Some of us had called it Oreo and Holstein and whatever. It was adopted because my cat lady friend wanted to see if her vet could do something about that kitten's condition. So I said, look, and I told her this 2 weeks ago, you can choose any of the kittens you want at any time. I know that you're a cat person and you're welcome to them. So she decided to pick her up. It's a female, and we'll see what happens. So she took her to her vet, and I'm sure that I will get some information as to what is going on. I haven't called her, but I've been busy. Maybe I will talk to her later today or maybe tomorrow. I'll try to get a video of how she's doing. Just popped in. I'll be popping out. Okay, there we go. All right. Good morning to Ellen. Okay, so we've caught up. And we've gone up to 60 viewers right now. So it's kind of, there's always, the peak seems to be between 9 and 10. Then it goes down a little bit. Then it starts to come up again. And then after 11:30, it drops off. So I usually end up with a 4 to 5 hour stream. I try to keep it at 4 hours so you have plenty of time to hit the other streams. Plus, we're very, very busy. Oh, there's Stephen. Coach Stephen. Where's Jonathan? Jonathan was here earlier and he will return. He's having his lunch, but he will be back. But it's good to see you here. I've never seen you in one of my lives before. We did an interview several years ago. So if you go to his channel, you can see that he did an interview back with me in some of the earlier days of Carnivore. And I see Jonathan has
Here he is.
So if you go to his channel, you can see. There we go.
Don't worry, Stephen. Yeah. Yeah. Good lunch. Very good lunch.
What did you have?
Slow cooked chicken, drumstick fillets, and slow cooked lean beef mince. Bone broth.
Nice.
A duck egg.
That sounds good.
Yeah, not bad. Hi, Stephen. You're right. Yeah. We also had a few deliveries come in. That's why it took me so long, because I was doing the live stream. They don't put your deliveries nowadays over here in like a bag outside your door. They'll put it like singular, itemized in front of you on your doorstep. And I'm like trying to save back on recycling or something. It's I don't know. It's annoying. So yeah, to do each individual item.
That is strange.
Yeah.
There we go. Now the comments are picking up again. See, Jonathan gets everybody interested.
We got up to what was it, 70 or 80 at one point today?
Yeah, I had over 80 last week, so yeah, it does pretty good.
When you started at like maybe 8 to 10.
Yeah.
At the very start. Now your channel's not grown by 10 times the amount, but your I guess your familiarity has. So
Well, what it is just the quality of subscribers. I have an extremely high quality of subscribers compared to the larger channels because, I mean, you think about channels with 50,000 people, they may have 100 in the live stream. I have 4,300 and I have 80 something. That's a really good participation rate.
Yeah, can't blame that at all. There's like 4 people in one, I think.
I'm going to try to
keep... often enough. People are like, oh, it's live.
When it comes to the kittens, it depends on how many are left after everybody adopts them. I'll keep any that are not adopted. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, Ivy, she's here. She has her own community of free thinkers. But yeah, we get a lot of, we get like up and down. I seem to get my most viewers between 9 and 10, and then it drops off. Then it picks up around this time, around 11. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. It makes sense. I put some more pillows down. Effectively lying down now.
That's good. So how much time before you have to have another break?
Probably just about around the time we wrap up, probably maybe about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay, good. Because I know a lot of times you don't have a lot of available hours in the day because you have to keep trying to,
yeah, it's
comfortable.
Because I'm like maybe 80% okay now, lying down maybe at 90% okay. I'm constantly flipping over side to side. Because you're lying down, you get tired quicker because your brain thinks you're trying to sleep, so you just get shattered throughout the day. So when you're up, you're like, when I'm walking around now, it's like I'm not connected to my body at all. It's quite a process in the morning. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. I prefer the channels don't have same. Yeah, I avoid the big channels myself. That's why you don't see me in the Dr. Barry channel. There's no point of being there. News out there. Yep, that's true. I think a lot of times people go where everybody else is, and I don't see the point of that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give everyone a bit of a break or a chance, sort of thing, because otherwise we'd all be watching Dr. Barry every single day. You know, there's no personality to it. You know.
Yeah, and I don't know why everybody would go there because there's so many other people in the carnivore community. I guess they just don't know that we exist. I think a lot of times YouTube promotes the bigger channels. The first ones they see are going to be Dr. Barry or maybe Dr. Chafee or Dr. Baker, and then they don't look at the other smaller channels. But you're not going to be able to get the personal interaction with those big channels. It's physically impossible.
Yeah, completely agree. What do I think towards cold plunges or heat? I prefer heat for most people. I think it's more accessible. I mean, have a really hot shower for a long period of time versus sitting in a cold bath. It's a bit nicer in my opinion. It's easier to adhere to. It takes a little bit longer to get the same sort of hormetic stress benefit, I guess you could say, in that I would estimate to get the same sort of health benefit overall, like point A to point B over a period of time, like 45 minutes in a hot sauna, and probably matches about 10 minutes in a cold plunge at around about 5 degrees Celsius. So, I mean, it's easy to fit in your day. If you think, oh, I'm going to have a really hot shower, I don't know, 4 times a week for 10 minutes versus I'm going to sit in a bucket of ice for 3 minutes 3 times a week. It's an obvious decision, really. I understand the biology of how either of them works, yes, but it's not much use to anyone because, well, who cares? It doesn't really. I can tell you if you're curious, but yeah, if you've got any more questions on that, I do prefer heat personally. If you can do both, it's even better.
I know my shower's pretty hot. Once I get the fire started on the water heater, it's about half an hour before it's ready, and it gets pretty hot.
Yeah, it's currently 3:49 p.m. here. So my dog's George is getting a bit edgy. He knows around about this time I usually give him a walk, so I'll give him a walk later, I think, before I have my dinner.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay. Half a dozen ostrich eggs for a day.
They're enormous. They're like footballs.
Okay. My personal. Let's see. Modification. Licensed electrician. Corporate carnies. Yeah, some of them are that way. Thank you for your answer. All right. Let's see. Okay, so you answered that one. Okay. That's why the hype helps the smaller channels. Okay. Good point. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't understand why people gravitate towards those large channels. I dropped in a Dr. Berry thing, but it's always, will Carnivore help this? Will Carnivore help this? And it only goes to the paid comments. And I got bored after 5 minutes and I never went back.
Yeah, we all like who we like, I guess. It's I don't watch really Dr. Chafee anymore. Not because I don't like him or think his information is rubbish, but do I really want to sit for a stream of people just asking, can I take this if I don't have a gallbladder? Can I try this? Is it better to eat 1 meal or 2 meals? It's all the same stuff, and obviously get new people come to this sort of way of eating all the time. But my channel isn't really for noobs in terms of like that sort of thing. My channel's more, how do I refine things a bit? Because there's plenty of people out there that could do a better job than me at explaining how to start a carnivore diet. The bits beyond that is where my sort of channel or similar channels come in. Even Coach Stephen, he's a really good source of information, so check his channel out. If you haven't yet, I don't know why you haven't. He's, in terms of knowledge, his depth of knowledge is so much better than it was 3-4 years ago, and even now I'd say it's ranked up there probably. I'm not going to put a number because it usually means the lower number of the tier system, but he's definitely up there in the top carnivore channels out there for information and education.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. And we're a lot more accessible than the large channels, because if you want to contact these big-time creators, you're not going to be able to get them directly. It's going to be one of their assistants, and they want money from you up front. There's nothing wrong with charging money for services when services are provided one-on-one, because you're taking your valuable time and you're using it to help somebody else, and you're entitled to compensation. When you have a large group and people are just going in, I don't think it's really right to be charging them money to get their attention. It's like anything else. You always give somebody, like if you go to any professional, they're always going to give you a free estimate. This is what needs to be done. This one needs to do. This one's going to cost you. And that's kind of the way that it's done. But a lot of these channels, I think they're taking advantage of people. They're providing them hope that may be false hope, and then getting rich off of it. And that's what bothers me.
Yeah, I can understand that. I guess you just got to be upfront with your channel and say, you might not get your question answered. Say you're a person that is a very busy person, has a YouTube channel, 1 or 2 videos a week, and you do 1 30-minute live stream a week. I think it's okay to prioritize super chats and things if you're doing it and clearly saying, this is a way to access me for a bit cheaper than consultation. But if you're doing like a hangout chat like this, or just two mates having fun, having a laugh, then I'm not going to ask someone to pay me for answering their question. Like Jeanette asked earlier about cold plungers and hot, stuff. I didn't give her a thorough answer that's individual and unique to her. I just gave my general thoughts. Mm-hmm. So that's a free, I can't charge someone for that because there's no customization, no personal touch. So
that's right. And it's like all the coaches and all the other things. I'm fine with that, because when you pay somebody, when somebody asks me a question, a lot of times I'll give them the answer for free, but then they realize it's a problem they can't handle. So they're going to hire me anyway. What do I need to do? My fuse box is making a buzzing sound and my stove doesn't work. I said, well, it might be a breaker, or it might be the whole panel's corroded out.
You've got to go out over there, use your petrol money, your travel time, your expertise that's taking this long to get. Yeah, absolutely capitalism. It's reasonable. Yeah.
So I give them the advice and I say, look, if it takes me more than 15 minutes on the phone, I have to charge you for it. And if I have to go out there, I have to charge you for it. Like you said, my gas, my time, my tools is going to cost you. But I will tell them what needs to be done. This is what needs to be done. We need to take I said, look, you could do it yourself. Get a screwdriver and take the cover off, see what it looks like. But if you don't have the right experience, you may end up going to the hospital because you shocked yourself. So it's like anything else. And this is what I try to tell people. I don't have a problem with someone charging for services, but when you have a group, I call it pay to play. They charge you $30 a month to belong to a group so that people can talk to each other. I don't think that's right. I really don't. But I get in a lot of trouble for saying that.
Well, what do they say? So, races for races. There's a word. There's a expression or a phrase for it. Something for something, basically. It depends how much your time's worth at the end of the day. I think that's probably the leading thing which can justify if you charge something. But oh, who's this? They know you're busy.
Yeah, I told them not to bother me at this time. I have a live stream. I don't know why they call me. That's a customer. I told them already, you have to wait till after 12:30.
Yeah.
And if they knock at my door, I have a booby trap waiting. There's some rotten duck eggs out there, and there's a chain around the gate.
Yeah. That's it. Horses for courses. Cheers, Stephen. Yeah, there's always a funny sort of British colloquialism or phrase for everything.
But, you know, when I started on YouTube, one of the first things I made videos on was scammers, especially the air conditioning scammers. And they're still out there. They're still sending me ads for an air conditioner that you just put on the table. And I explained in a very detailed video the laws of thermodynamics. You can't do that. In order to make air cooler, the entropy has to go somewhere else. And they keep doing this, and people keep buying it, and then they complain they were taken advantage of. I said, look, if you don't educate yourself, knowledge is power, and you're going to listen to some charismatic person that's going to lie to you, and you won't be able to see it. You have to take responsibility for basic knowledge. You can't delegate that to everybody else.
Yeah, like my freezer and my fridge in my room, if you touch the back of it, they're both warm. You know, it's an in and out process. It takes energy to make energy. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is that what they don't understand is that there's no such thing as just cooling. When you have heat, the molecules are moving. They have to go somewhere. If you move it into an area that's cooler, that means you have less molecules moving. It's like outer space. Outer space is about as cold as you can get because there's no molecules to move. This is the reason why a data center in space is almost impossible, because you can't conduct heat through when there's no molecules to take it away. In other words, all the heat is building up in your processor. It's going to stay there. It has to radiate out, and you don't have any air. There's no water to evaporate. So how are you going to dissipate the heat? It's not simple. You would have to radiate directly through a metal surface. It's less efficient. But again, people come up with these stories. They tell me, well, you can get energy out of a vacuum. I said, well, explain it to me. But they can't explain it. Oh, I saw it in a video. Okay, well, you saw it in a video, but you can't explain the process.
Probably believe in calories in, calories out as well.
That's another one. If calories in and calories out was correct, I would be the biggest guy here. I'd be 600 pounds.
Yeah. The arguments are always the same when you can't. Such a waste of energy to battle it. People who want to understand or don't. And I'm a bit more forgiving nowadays, or a bit more open to different ideas and interpretations of science, because we don't all know everything. On that same token, there's always something to gain by having more knowledge. So at least leave that door just slightly ajar so you can take in new stuff.
Well, that's it. But a lot of times when certain people get more knowledge, then they believe that they know everything. And then they end up doing worse than before they had the knowledge. Knowledge in the hands of a person who doesn't know how to use it, I think, is more dangerous than no knowledge at all.
Yeah. I think. Well, I can say this about some bodybuilders out there. Some of the best bodybuilders are those that don't know anything. They just do what they're told to do, like robots. They have the process. They follow the program. They don't. It's this what aboutism culture. Yeah, but what about, oh, but yeah, you have dairy. Oh, what about the carbs in it? Oh, well, obviously you don't need to worry about that this many years in. Or what's the other one? What about the plastic bottles you drink from? Well, I don't know. What about the air you breathe in your house every single day that's not clean air? You can go on and on and on about it, but it doesn't. You just have to find your own way and see what yields the best result for you, whatever you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. And I do believe that a lot of times the mindset is what causes people a lot of problems, because people get these ideas that it's just, and the positive attitude thing really bothers me, because every time that I try to say that something is going to go well, it fails without exception. I've never had a time where I said this is going to be easy and it was easy. It never works that way. And I think maturity is when you learn that you want to try to take in as much information as possible before you make a decision, not after. Because a lot of times people will do something rash and then something breaks, and then they call you, I need help. Like, but why did you do this? Well, it looked like the right thing to do. Well, it's too late. You broke it. Now you're going to have to get another one.
Yeah, I get that. My AC, I don't think is working either. I got Mike, my stepdad, to take apart the whole thing. It's meant to be self-draining, whatever that means. But it does work, as it does keep my room cooler than not having it on. But it's set to 16, and it's currently 22 degrees in here, like in Celsius.
Is it a portable?
So it's clearly not working. Pardon?
Is it portable, or is it attached to the wall?
It's portable, so it's got wheels, and it's got a pipe that goes out the window, basically.
The problem with those, if it's a single hose design, it's going to be pulling air out of the room to exhaust the heat. You need a double hose if you want it to work better.
Okay. Is that because the heat dissipates faster? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a better flow, because what happens is your typical portable air conditioner is going to be on wheels. It's going to have a hole that exhausts the heat, and usually you just put it to a window. But that air has to come from somewhere. So at the same time that it's exhausting heat, it's pulling air from the cracks and the other spaces in the room. So it'll never get as cold as if it had a closed loop. So sometimes they have another hole where air comes in. A lot of them just have a filter, but some of them actually have another thing you can plug in. And then you could take that air from the outside and just circulate it through there. And that way you get better flow, and the heat goes out without pulling air from your room.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, mine won't work that way, unfortunately, which is a bit annoying. Single with a filter.
Yeah, that's the typical one. I mean, it'll work, but it's going to be limited. And the problem is air has to make up the air that goes out. So you're always going to be pulling air from somewhere else in your home.
Yeah.
They work best like when you're in the attic. Let's say you have a home that's fully air conditioned, but you're up in a high space where it gets hot. And what it does, it pulls air from the bottom of the house and cools it further and then exhausts out. That's okay for that. But when you're in, like in my house, when I use a portable and there's no air conditioning anywhere, it never gets cold enough, and I'll sweat all night. So I had to move the air conditioner right next to the bed so it would blow air on me. I have a very high metabolism or something, because I set my air conditioner on 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's a 12,000 BTU. My bedroom is only 10 by 12. It's small. I turn that on when I get home. In 15 minutes, the room is cooled off. But if I use a sheet, what happens, my face, my sinuses with the cold air, they dry out, and then I get a lot of sniffles. So I'll usually cover my face with a thin cloth so that the moisture stays in there, so I'm not breathing in the dry air. because the thing gets so cold, the humidity can drop to 30%. And I'm not happy at that point. But at least with that unit, it has an outside condenser, and then it's not like a portable, so the heat goes all the way to the back of the house.
I see. Yeah, I'm upstairs in a chalet, like a converted bungalow.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got my room floor print is quite big, but I've got a lot of stuff in it, obviously. Like, the studio set up and everything. It's got slanted roofs. You can kind of tell here, I guess, but yeah. So it's not. It gets very hot, especially from downstairs. If you know what I mean.
Now, I don't know. You're probably like me. You're one of those people that gets hot. All my bodybuilder friends, they always got hot. And this is one of the reasons why, see, I always wear an undershirt. And the reason I do that, I tend to sweat a lot around here. And I just look terrible because my back and arms and all that are full of sweat. So I wear this, and it kind of slows it down a little bit. But if it's hot, my forehead will be sweating. Right now, I've got the air conditioner on 75, so it's pretty good. But when I'm in the heat, it doesn't take long. And when I fall asleep, I get hotter than I do during the day, which is strange. It seems like I burn energy at night. I don't even know why that is.
Your detoxification pathways upregulate at night, and your liver can produce a lot of heat. Your liver's what detoxes, so that could be part of it. It could also be subjective, like your body temperature might not actually be hot. You might think, because you're not doing stuff with streaming, chatting with me or whatever, you're sat there at night just doing nothing. Yeah, you're going to notice it because your mind's not occupied. So it's probably a bit both. I'd think.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because most people I know at night, they will actually raise the temperature on the air conditioner because they don't get as hot. But in my case, it's the opposite. During the day, it's not as bad. But I guess probably another thing is I'm laying down on top of the mattress, and probably the heat builds up. Because when I go to sleep, I'm fine. But after I've been there a while, it gets hot.
Yeah, I've looked at two things. My brother's going to buy one of them for himself, and I'm going to suss out if he thinks it's any good or not. One of them is basically a air fan, which goes kind of under your duvet when you're lying down. It just blows cold air at you. The other one is a water bed panel thing, duvet mattress thing, but it has cold air that circulates through, so that's temperature regulated. So they're the only other two options. But yeah, I could sleep about a year and a bit, maybe March last year. It's so hot, or I felt so hot, I had to sleep outside. It wasn't even a hot day,
Well, that's what I've done. I actually cut a hole in the side of the mattress, and I had a hose connected to the air conditioner that would blow air directly into the mattress. And it helped a little bit, but with the foam mattresses, it doesn't work because the foam doesn't conduct the air. But when I had the old wool mattress, it worked beautifully.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. What is different in the average person versus the person that can hop on a trend and expand upon it? Like people who hopped on TikTok or Vine before most, or even crypto. So why do some people follow trends, but some people don't do any of it? I don't know. Fear of missing out?
I think a lot of it comes from experience. I know in my case, every time I follow a trend, it doesn't benefit me, so I avoid it.
Yeah, I've never been one to follow a trend about anything. Sometimes like new tech things come out and I think, oh, that's a good idea, I'll get one of those. But it's more so because it comes out rather than because it's popular. Yeah, I see we've got no takers to come on the live stream panel yet.
I think I scared them away. That's got to be what it is. They always complain they don't have a live stream link, but they never come on. So,
yeah, I know that I've scared two of them away. I know that. So I don't know.
You can't please everybody. Let's put it that way.
No, that's right. Or if they
Okay,
can't
let's
please
see.
you, they really don't like it.
Let's see. Basically, so what makes a trendsetter versus a consumer? I think most people are consumers simply because they like to be they want to be accepted. I think most people, they don't want to stand out because then you're left behind is what they think. But I tell everybody the time something becomes a trend, it's already been taken over. There's no sense to go onto a trend by the time it becomes mainstream. You need to catch it before it becomes mainstream. It's like me, carnivore diet, all these energy things that are going on, recycling, reusing, all the things that I do. And I even messed with Bitcoin when it was $10 a Bitcoin. I won't touch it now because it's rigged. There's always the big money, the big powers are looking for a way to control. Once they find the trend, they take it over, and then they use it as a way of taking advantage of people. That's the way that I see it.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Anything good has been exploited by the time it's come out, in my opinion.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's,
Oh,
there's,
there's
there's not going
spanking.
to be something new which comes out which people are like, oh, I've made loads of money on this. It doesn't exist. There's too much powers that be that higher up, I think.
Well, I've always said the only reason why somebody comes out to share their wealth secrets is because they don't work anymore and they can use it as a way to make money. Because that's always
Yeah.
what it is. They're selling a product or service. It's marketing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Any questions? A lot of hellos. See, we keep getting our regulars. They come in at different times, so that's a good thing. Making deviled eggs. Okay. Trying to chat on both channels, Rick's and Jonathan's. There we go. How do you find trends before they go mainstream? Like make better predictions. I don't think you can make predictions. I think you just have to go with what interests you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to be interested in it, otherwise, you wouldn't have an inclination to look at it. So it sounds like a very obvious sort of answer, but yeah, that's my opinion.
I think a lot of it is just people feel like they're missing out, like you said, the fear. I tell everybody that the only way that people are motivated is by fear. They're either fear of harm or fear of missing out. And I've said that many times in my videos. That's how you get people to do things they wouldn't otherwise do. Oh, it's the offer's running out. You have only 5 minutes left, or you have to do it now before somebody else does it. Buy that gold now before it goes up. You have to buy that real estate. It may be expensive, but it's going to be higher. It's always the same thing. And then when nobody wants it, they don't get it. So it's like, let's say the market crashed and now that stock that was $100 is now 50 cents. Well, why don't you buy it? Oh, I don't want it. But the company's still in business. They're not going to go bankrupt. Why not buy it now? Oh, I don't want that anymore. But when it was $100, you were fighting to get it. So it's like the crowd. Whenever you see a crowd of people, they come together. When I see a crowd of people, I keep going. I go somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people are generally quite unhappy, and if you always do what that 50% plus of people are doing, you're going to end up with them, feel like that. It's a very sort of like simplistic kind of way of putting it, I think, but you can't. Well, I guess it's that risk, isn't it? Do you want to be at 10% of people that just do get general benefit from something, or are you willing to risk not having a benefit? I don't know.
Right. Exactly. And I really don't understand why people keep doing it, but I guess it's just human nature. You would think that after somebody's been burned a couple of times, they would stop putting their hand on the fire, but they keep doing it. They keep looking for the latest get rich quick scheme or get healthy fast scheme. I want to lose 10 pounds. Why do you want to lose 10 pounds? Because I've gained weight. Is it the weight that's the problem, or is it your lifestyle that's the problem? And they won't admit that. Oh, if I can go on this diet, or I'm going to go and get some fat removed or whatever, it's always something. A quick fix. I said, look, this didn't happen overnight. I got to get in shape for my reunion. I got to get in shape for summer. Well, you should have thought about that years ago. Just start, and whatever happens, it happens. But it's always about a certain result. It's got to be, I got to make 10% of my investment, or I got to do this or that, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get it done. And then they end up causing more destruction in the process, and they end up worse than they started.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's been at least 3 people in our chat today that they know what their goal is to health, body weight, whatever it is, They keep doing different things. And I think, is it the fact that you're just not adhering to something that's the problem?
Yeah.
Because if you keep changing if you have a formula, but you keep changing the formula, how do you know what the outcome is going to be? And obviously, you try something, you've done it for a month and you've gained 10 pounds. That didn't work. Try something else. But do you see what I mean? It's sometimes it's just like you said, you shouldn't have got to that point in the first place, one, but you're trying to do something which is good, two. And I guess the third step is that you're doing something which you could get some result from repeatedly. And that's going to take a long time. Like, we know people in our community that are still diabetic, that are doing this way of eating for a really long time. I'm talking like a year plus, 2 years plus. It's not so much that their body's broken. It's that they've not just followed the path. They've looked at everything and they're trying to do everything but what they just need to do, which is just eat a bit less or find a way to do it, at least. I don't know.
Right. But that's the thing. It's like a moving target. They never go, okay, I'm going to do this and I'm going to watch what happens. No, they do it for a while and then they come up with another idea. Well, I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to do that. I'm not making any progress. Well, that's because you keep changing everything at the same, this and that. You need to do one thing at a time and see if it makes a difference. Then they get mad. Well, I lost 20 pounds and now I've stalled and I'm not losing any more weight. It's just complain. But, and again, you see them, they're still overweight, they're still diabetic, they still have these problems. And then they say, well, it didn't work for me.
It's hard to say that someone is that much of an outlier, that something, I mean, granted, this is the survey on the Carnivore diet 2024. Over 90% of people achieved like really good health outcomes or whatever it was trying to do. It's unlikely you're that 10%. And even if you are at 10%, virtually everyone experienced some benefit of some kind. I mean, Coach Stephen made a blooming good point here. The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know enough about. And that's
what I always say is wisdom.
That's coming from someone who is a world expert, in my opinion, in understanding blood work and tying things together and piecing together pathology of why someone has a problem, a health issue. He doesn't know it all. I can say the same for myself. I mean, I've had a few clients recently where I've been stumped where I'm like, they're getting better, but we've made that massive change which should yield a bigger outcome because we've got a set time period to achieve whatever goal it is. But they're not getting exponentially faster results. So it kind of makes me think, well, I've been through my playbook. They're still going to stick around to try and get the result, but it's just going to take them a bit longer,
Well, that's the thing.
We're always learning. I think if I knew everything about what it is that I'm an expert in my field at, and I'd say I probably know about 10% of everything there is to know. 10.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't want to admit. They think that by getting more information and having more experts on their side, they're going to solve all the problems. And I try to explain to them, whether you're growing a garden or whether you're building a home or whether you're trying to reverse health conditions, there's more than one way to do it. And a lot of it depends on the location and the materials you have to work with. A person like me is not the average American. What I do doesn't work for most people. And I know that. My lifestyle would drive some people crazy because they want this now. They want the instant gratification. And I tend to be a person that looks at things from the long term. I'll plant a seed and I can see in 30 years the tree that's going to be growing. but they want it now. It has to be now. That's the difference.
Yeah. Joe was saying earlier, there's like 1,000-year-old oak tree and it's died. It shows you everything has a expiration date.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say, like, if you're trying to achieve something, you've got to try and do it in a timely manner, but also accept that goal might also change. Things might come up in the way. So you should account for that. So, like, my contest prep, I don't know, say I was looking to compete, and I know it takes me 8 weeks to get in shape. Well, I'm going to add on 2 weeks anyway to that prep, that diet, just to be sure, because it counts for things which could pop up.
But again, everybody wants that expert. Everybody wants that secret, that shortcut. There's always the shortcut. And the shortcuts never work because they're only good for a short time. They always end up causing more problems in the future. And I just, whether you're eating duck food from a gas station or whether you're trying to cut yourself up to lose weight, I mean, it doesn't work. Look at how many people have tried to lose weight and failed, and they end up going for surgery as a way of trying to solve the problem. I mean, look in the carnivore community. There's one person that we've probably talked about several times, that he was on the carnivore diet and he got fat again. And now he's over there getting gastric bypass to try to lose weight. That's unnecessary. See, I see surgery as a last resort. When you have an injury, a traumatic injury, and there's no other way to heal it, that's when you have to get it. But to willingly take yourself and make changes, it doesn't make sense to me because you're never going to be as good as before. That scar tissue, it never really heals. So it's like leveraging. You don't want to do something unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, completely agree. We can talk about, I mean, I keep bringing up weight loss just because of stuff I know about, but like people who do a calorie controlled diet, you know, that sort of thing. Maybe 5% efficacy rate long term. So if you try that, you've got 1 in 20 chance, based on the average population, of achieving your goals, which is crap. 1 in 20. So if it took you 20 years to gain weight, whatever weight it was, then you think, okay, I've got a 1 in 20 chance of achieving my goal. 20 years times 20. That's your chance of success. See, that doesn't work. What's the next thing? I don't know. Medical enhancements, so appetite suppressants, maybe. Supplements, I don't know. Doing macro tracking, maybe a 10% benefit, efficacy rate long term. Joining a weight loss group, a support system group, you know. You've got GLP-1 drugs. They're actually the most efficacious things we have right now on the planet that have been studied and measured. Whether people like it or not, that is the empirical data that we have. Now, what happened? But I agree with you, Rick, in that you should use like the least abrasive thing first. So, you know, try tracking your food. Does it work? No. You try tracking your food, but choosing better foods, i.e., carnivore diet. Does that work? Yeah, for a lot of people, it does. It does seem to work. So that's kind of my stance on it. But we'll have to fill the gap or plug the gap in different ways. And for a lot of people, it'll be the same thing. For others, you have to be a bit more meticulous, I guess. So.
You know, it's frustrating too because some people actually do very well. Maybe they're trying to lose weight, maybe they're trying to get in good shape, and they will do it for a period of time. You'll see them a year or two in, they look absolutely great, have a great physique, they're lost weight, they're healthy and happy, and then they disappear. And then a few months later, they're all fat again, big and fat and sick, and then they're telling a sad story. And it makes you wonder, you went through this process, you had success. Why did you go back to what gave you the problems in the first place? Did you become too confident, or did you just don't care? And then to me, I never understood that because I guess to me, the thought of being unhealthy and overweight is so foreign. I can't see it because if I was starting to get tired and I had aches and all that, I wouldn't be able to work as much as I do. And I would say, Rick, you got to do something. Something's wrong. Maybe you need to make adjustments. But somehow people manage to live like this. I guess they get used to it, or they're conditioned that way, and they get less and less healthy, and it becomes normal for them. And then when they finally have a crisis, then they try to go and reverse it very quickly, and they don't realize that it was years in the making of this breakdown. And they think, well, I can just do something now and reverse it. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Or their subscribership on social media plateaus. So they need to up the ante and do something else that's a bit stupid because they keep falling off the rails.
That's true.
Some people do live their life, guys, to... I theorize a lot of people out there do live their lives on social media to create more following based on what they do, but they'll detract from what they would be doing to create road bumps, I guess you could say. It's frustrating.
That's it. Maybe they just want attention. Like you said, they're trying to get attention so that they'll get more people to follow them. I don't care. I don't care. I don't even ask people to subscribe to my channel. You never see me say like and subscribe. I don't care. That's your choice. You want to like my video? Go ahead. You want to subscribe? More power to you. But I'm not going to ask you to do it because it doesn't benefit me in any way. Whether I have 1 subscriber or 1 million, I'm still going to put out the videos. I'm still going to be here. I may not be here as much, but I'll still be here because I'm not trying to get attention. I don't want the attention of myself. I'm just putting myself out there so that people have something they can look at. So, I saw this guy on YouTube and he made sense, or I don't want to be a celebrity because I know I never will be.
I definitely don't want to be a celebrity. I mean,
exactly.
That's obvious by how I limit my social interaction quite a lot. If I was trying to do that, you'd be seeing me posting loads of shorts and reels and stuff all day, every day. But I don't. I really, like I said before, I devote my attention and interest towards people I'm interested in, friends, stuff like that, and anything else is noise. But by default of having a channel, I can share information and hopefully help other people who might be in my situation or coming towards my situation. Gives a bit of hindsight, so it's a lot of value in that sense. I take pride in that for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to me, just being able to share the information and put it out there. If I didn't do that, I'd feel bad because then I'd feel like, well, I've had these experiences and I'm not telling anybody about them. So it makes me feel like I'm being selfish. I'm not sharing what I've learned. But on the other hand, I'm not trying to get attention. I'm not trying to get people to either look up to me or feel sorry for me. I just want to give them another example they can look at. Somebody they may never meet. They may never meet me physically, but at least they can see this is what the guy did. And it's just something they can think about.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely get behind that. Definitely. Rick, you're 1 in a million. We are lucky to have you in our community.
Appreciated. It's
Agreed.
just, yeah, you're 1 in a million. That's right. I mean, to me, it just, I don't know why so many people don't try different things. I guess they get locked into a certain lifestyle, but if things are not going well, my advice has always been, you might want to make a change. Because I've known people and all they do is complain about all the bad things that other people have done to them. And I try to explain to them, well, there's 2 sides to that because you allow that to happen. Maybe if you weren't around those people all the time, maybe if you found different associates, you wouldn't have that problem. I mean, it's even in the Bible, bad associations spoil useful habits. So when you associate with people like that, it's like if you have a drinking problem, would you associate with people who drink all the time? It's not a good idea. If you're eating bad food, is it a good idea to associate with people that eat that food and cook that food? Sounds like a bad idea to me. But I guess a lot of times they just don't understand that. It's hard to get through.
Yeah, without going into detail, because I don't want this person to feel singled out or recognised, picked on. But, there's someone in our community. So for the last 2 years, I've known them, and they insist that high-fat carnivore is what's giving them the results. They're still over fat. They're still always ill. Still always inflamed. Not happy. They're always depressed. But the fat is healing them, because at the start of their little intervention, when they start the carnivore diet, it worked great.
That's a good point.
The target, like you said, the target always changes.
Yeah.
My diet to get into shape, like I said earlier, what do you eat? You know, well, at the moment I'm eating this. 4 days time, I'll have a check-in, maybe 3 days time. My coach, that might change because the goalpost has changed, because the situation, the environment of the body has changed.
Well, you can see there's actually some people in the carnivore community that have said that they've had to cut back on their fat because the body fat was not coming off. So when they start saying,
Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah. So they're talking about, well, look at how much fat I eat. Now, obviously, I eat a lot of fat. I admit I have a high-fat carnivore diet. But again, I've always been skinny. I work physically all the time. If you have an office job, maybe you spend most of your time using your mind on a computer, does it make sense to be eating sticks of butter, loading up on the fat? It sounds like you're getting more macros than you need. You're just loading up on all that fat, and your body isn't going to be able to use it. It's got to either go out the other end or it's going to get stored. But then they talk about, well, it's not a carnivore diet, it's a fativore diet. Like, no, it's a carnivore diet.
Both. It's a carnivore diet, and Dr. Kilt said this very recently, and it's such an obvious thing to me. It's a different stance, but a better way of framing a carnivore diet. It is a meat-based diet. The meat as it comes. Meat as it comes should land a human being, assuming they're relatively normal within the 80% bracket, I guess you could say, in a good body fat, body composition state. I've heard people that are diabetic in our space online, and they've been told by experts to eat 305 grams of fat per day from butter alone. So they're probably eating 400 plus grams of fat per day. I'm eating, as of tomorrow, 105 grams of fat to get leaner. Now, people don't need to get as lean as me. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying I'm eating 4 times less fat than them per day to get lean. So to get even half as lean as me, you're probably looking at about half of, whatever you're currently eating. So it's
exactly.
The other one that people do is they sort of try to talk mechanistically. Well, if you measure the amount of fat that comes out of your stool, it's only this much. And fat cannot turn into body fat. It can. If you just eat fat all day, say you ate 2 kilos of fat every day, but no protein, your body is going to burn or utilize some of that to create energy to do your day-to-day things. Anything in excess will turn into body fat, or you will get diarrhea to some degrees and your guts will be runny, but you'll still gain an amount of body fat that you don't want.
That's right. And the other thing too is the person's natural composition. Someone like Jonathan over here has a lot more muscle than somebody like Rick, who doesn't have a lot of muscle. So you could have the same body fat percentage. Let's say I'm usually somewhere around 12% to 14% my whole life. But I'm very thin because I don't have a lot of muscle. But then you could have Jonathan with maybe 10% body fat and would still be larger. It's all subjective. And I think a lot of times people just don't see that. They're more concerned about the numbers on the scale, or maybe their waist size or something like that. And again, waist size, what is it? It's supposed to be half of your height. My waist size is about 35 inches, but my height, I'm 6'6". So I'm in that range. Yeah. But a normal person with a 35-inch waist could be quite large. They could have a good sized gut sticking out, and they would have a higher body fat percentage. Really, if you want to be serious, in my opinion, just keeping track of what you eat, not so much calories, because we know that's silliness, Because
just the food,
if calories were a
the
thing, drinking
meat,
hot liquids would make
meats.
us fatter.
Yeah, yeah, just the animal food source. If you're on a carnivore diet, meat, fish, eggs, dairy, grams. Oh, I had a cup. I had a tablespoon. I had
Right.
a pound. You know, it's like just do that for a week.
Mm-hmm.
If you're too hungry, it's probably too little food or something's off in your lifestyle.
Right.
Okay, look at those checkpoints. Is that okay? No. Okay, address that. Run it for another week. Any change in scale weight, inflammation, whatever you're trying to track. Yes. Okay, just do the same thing again.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's not. It
That's
doesn't have
it.
to be more complicated.
It's very simple. It's all in the amount of food that you're eating. It has nothing to do with high-end net carbs and macros and fat. And I mean, who knows really how much fat is in, let's say, ground or minced beef, as you call it. It varies. It's not always the same. So you just say, well, I ate this many grams or this many ounces or whatever measurement you use. And then if you're not getting the results you want, adjust it. And like Jonathan said, if you're feeling hungry, you're lacking something. You may need to do a little bit more research. And if you're smart, well, obviously you could go online and estimate it. But if you need somebody to give you more actual real world experience, you find someone like Jonathan over here, and then you get the benefit because someone like Jonathan can save you time, which actually saves you money, and you're not going to be as frustrated. So that's why it's worth it to have people like that. There's several carnivore coaches and carnivore people out there, but again, finding the right one, it's great to have a reference. It's like when my friends have a problem, they call me. I give them some free time and I'll explain what the problem is. And they may decide, well, you know what? I don't want to deal with that. When can you come over here and do this for me? And we make an arrangement. So it's actually, in my opinion, it's good marketing because if you offer that service and then you answer the brief questions generally, they say, you know what? I realize a smart person says, I'm going to need some help. I'm going to hire this person over here to help me. But the person that's foolish is going to go, well, you should tell me everything for free. Well, that's nice, but somebody's got to pay the bills, don't they? I give you the information on my videos on my website. You can look it up. It's there. But would you rather?
I don't think there's information I haven't put out that would help everyone. At least with like standard, typical goals. Yeah.
Right. Would you rather trial and error on your own, or would you rather have someone give you more guidance? And again, some people may be able to do it on their own, no problem. But other people, they need the additional help. And that's why I'm glad that, that you're there. Other people are there because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to charge people money to help them with a carnivore diet because that's not my field. Now, on the other hand, if you have a problem with your equipment, your vehicles, maybe even electronics, plumbing, yes.
Light bulb need changing.
Exactly. Anything that involves any kind of machinery, whatever it happens to be, I can help you with that. But when it comes to diet, when it comes to psychology, when it comes to all those things, that is not my field. I don't want anything to do with it. And again, I've said that from the beginning.
Some of those people need a different touch as well. You get people like me who'll provide the guidance, the plan, the information, the empathy, the understanding, accountability. You get people like perhaps Professor Bart Kay, have a consultation with him. You've got a very complex health history. He'll go through it and give you the dot-to-dot plan, what best practice is. Then you'll get people who might be less educated in terms of information, but they're excellent people's people. Got the gift of gab. They've got a way of encouraging you that no one else does. They're very motivating.
Right.
So you have to just go for who provides you what you need. And you don't always get it right. And sometimes you waste a bit of money, but that's just life, isn't it?
That's the thing. I've said that many times. Some people, they're the people pleasers. They're the public relations. Those are the people that do that very well. But on the other hand, like when I had a business, you always have the expert that can solve the problems, but they're generally not the people person. They're not the one that has the patience. Because the thing is, when you're specialized and you have all the knowledge, you know what the solution is. But a lot of times people, they want to be talked to. They want you to soothe their mind because the problem made them upset. So they want this sort of personal attention. And I'm like, This is not the place for it. Here's the problem. You give it to the guy. He types it in there. Problem solved. It's done. And then you hand it back to him. That's why a lot of times I was a go-between. I would talk to the customer. I would listen to all the complaints and all the problems, and I'd make notes. I would tell my guy, hey, they got this problem. But if I would have sent the customer directly to him, there would have been a fight going on there because he gets mad. That's not what I told you. You're supposed to do this. So I would be the go-between. I would talk to customer. I had the patience to listen, but I knew what the problems were, so I could write them down. I said, okay, I talked to the customer. They can't access these files. They want to make this easier. Can you do that? Yes. And it's done. And there's no conflict. But some people are just not a good fit. And then they say, well, your guy is no good. I said, well, that's your judgment. That's because you didn't relate to him. But he does the work for me exactly the way that it needs to be done, and I don't have a problem.
Yeah, that's definitely sensible. I've had a few clients that have chimed in the live chat today, actually, and if you looked at my feedback to each of them in the check-ins each week, you wouldn't think it's the same person writing it, honestly, because what they need is different. Kimberly, for example, she's not the same, but like similar background to me with like health issues. She's very diligent. She's on point. She doesn't miss a beat. She doesn't need the hand holding someone else needs. She needs a bit of encouragement like anyone, but she doesn't need a 20-page long description of, you know, exactly what she needs to do and how she's going to do it and all this mindset stuff. If I'm working with someone that's just starting up on a carnivore diet, they don't need to be overburdened with fasting and tracking ketones and God knows what. They just need a way to stick to the diet the best they can and find out roughly what works best for them so they can navigate it themselves over time with the tools that I teach them. But yeah, I've kind of pigeonholed myself into like the body composition space, which is funny because I've got as much expertise in medical science as I do in body composition. More of my training is around that, but what I enjoy doing is the body composition stuff mostly, but that's just me.
Well, that's it. And a lot of times, that's one of the things that people, they're not really, they can't really master it because I think they concentrate too much on trying to make the customers come back. They're not really into solving the problem. They want to make people feel good, so they keep subscribing to their service. And the thing is, a good service is when you have it for a period of time and then you don't need it anymore. It's not like a lifetime subscription. A lot of people, they want to make it a lifestyle where they sign up for their group and they pay a certain amount every month. That way they have a recurring income. But the real expert, he or she says, okay, I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to charge you this much. And then when the job is done, they don't need them anymore. Unless another problem comes up.
Yeah, I'm working with someone for about 3 years now. So, you know, he's a big name often in my chat.
Yes.
Yeah, so he probably knows everything there is to. I'd say he's, in regards to biohacking, nutrition understanding, body composition training, he's probably one of the best in the carnivore space online. He doesn't have a social channel or anything. He's not a content creator. I've taught him pretty much everything I know, near enough anyway. But he still pays to work with me because, one, he likes the accountability and stuff, but he knows if he has a problem or something he needs to sort of work around with his health, he knows I'll give him the best possible tools to do it. And he knows that I'll give him the straightforward best practice because I know his adherence is 1000%. So he doesn't need the extra stuff, you know, the I guess you could, you know, like the extra specific guidance sort of thing. He just needs the plan. So yeah, I'm grateful to work with every single one of my clients. They're all good, brilliant, hardworking people, and that's why they stick around. Like, very few people ever leave my programs, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I do intend to teach them everything they need to know, so they can like leave the nest sort of thing over time. But yeah, when they do the leave the nest, within 3 months, I get an email back saying, "How are you doing, Jonathan? You all right? Can I when we start back up again, I want to do this."
Exactly. But again, you're not trying to market a subscription service. You're offering a service based on need, but a lot of these groups, they want people to
Time
sign up.
specific.
Yeah, they want people to sign up to a group. And the thing is, in your case, it's still one-on-one. You're not having like a group and you have some name for it, like I don't want to mention any of the groups, but we know who we're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
They use abbreviations or whatever, and people
Three-letter
sign up.
words.
What?
3-letter words and acronyms.
Yeah, 3 letters, whatever. But I think in many ways they're basically creating a walled garden. So they're not, in my opinion, a motivating force in the carnivore community. A motivating force in the carnivore community casts a wide net. They may have several chats or live streams or free groups or whatever. And then, sure, you can have your services, because if that's your profession, I'm not going to go and fix somebody's washing machine for free. That's not happening. But I will offer my experience. Like you said, the chat that we have now, that's free. Anybody can join in. But if they want a specific service, that's different. But to close everything off into one group, I think does a disservice, because then you start to become marginalized and you're really no longer the cutting edge of the carnivore community.
Yeah. I'm letting out a bit of a secret here, because we've got such a good number of people, and it's worth just mentioning. So DC and I are looking to do something together, a bit like group coaching, but not in the same way. It's going to be done and formatted in the right way, So it will be a walled garden in a sense, as in a private group, but it's not going to be impersonal. It's all going to be very specific.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to be that we only produce content there, and if you're not part of it, you don't get access to anything. It'll be a bit of a mix of both of our thing. So it'll be the same thing I'm currently doing, just in a more group setting, but not to the degree that you're talking about with hundreds of people sat on the screen going, "Oh, I should do a sardine fast, ketones." Oh, it's not going to be like that. So,
well, again, it all depends on the number. If you have a small group of people, it's still almost a one-on-one service. But when you have hundreds of people that are just signing up, I think there's just something that bothers me about that. Now, again, I'm not saying people can't donate. I mean, if somebody wants to donate to the cause, I encourage that. If you feel like somebody is giving you a good product or service, or you just enjoy them and you want to help out Jonathan, you can feel free to send him whatever you like, because I think that's a good thing. If you have that ability, it does say that there's more happiness in giving than receiving, and that's a good thing. But to put up the block and said, like, here's my website and this is it. You want to see what's in here? Pay me this much a month. That's where I draw the line. If you're going to continue to do the free videos and offer the paid group, I'm 100% behind that. I think that's a good, valuable service. And really, you can kind of try before you buy, because you can see who you're dealing with. Well, this is the person that I'm dealing with. I like what he's putting out there or she's putting out there. I want to sign up for the program. And you do that willingly, that's a good thing. So I hope that goes well.
Thank you. Yeah, I got scammed by 2 clients in this year already, and I'm annoyed by it, to be honest. It's the time perspective of it. It's a disrespect of someone's time is more discouraging than the money side of it, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's talk about something else, because I think we're going on off a bit and people are getting fed up.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We have any more questions? Let me double check.
This is the opportune time, guys, to collaborate. Come on screen, both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Opportune. You can't get better than that.
I think we scared them off. That's got to be what it is. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I'm really surprised that I figured somebody would join, but I guess.
Yeah, I'd thought even for half an hour. It is open, guys. I don't care if I've never met you before, or Rick, or vice versa, or anything. if you just wanted to say hello and put your face on the screen, go for it.
Yeah. I mean, if you turn out to be a troll, just turn you off. That's all.
Yeah.
You got Jonathan and I here keeping an eye on you. So if you misbehave, you'll be gone.
Yeah, Rick's a bit more open with trolls than I am. I'm a bit more militant.
Well, again, that's the style. I have fun with them. But
Style, yeah.
when other people are on the stream, I'm strict too. I make them disappear. In fact, I've been a moderator. I'm still one, I guess, technically on Chafee's channel. When the trolls come in, I knock them out immediately. And on Butter Bob's channel as well, I've knocked out several trolls. On my channel, I draw the line. You can make fun of me all you want, but you make fun of my friends, and you're out of here.
Yeah, it's a matter of respect. One of the people that have commented today that have left the chat already, they're disrespectful to my friend Bart K. I'm okay with people saying, oh, they don't particularly like him because they don't like the way he does this. That's fair enough. It's a character thing. But if you just outright say as if he's like not a good person, I'm like, no, I don't agree with that. Actually, quite militantly. So, no, you're not going to be welcome on my channel because you're disrespectful. But
right,
I'm open to opinion. If someone doesn't like me on your channel, that's completely fine as well. All the person might do is they might just tune out when I'm here. That's fair enough.
Right. Well, that's true. Although, you can't. It's hard to determine what people are thinking because a lot of times they do some pretty crazy things. But I do believe that the personality differences, they can be a problem. But on my channel, I try to make light of it. It's just that I get some of my viewers that get aggravated. And in the carnivore space, we have a lot of people that have serious issues, health issues, even mental issues. So I try to look out for them. So whenever somebody gets directly attacked, I will time out the troll for at least 24 hours. And if they keep doing it, then I'll make them disappear. But, we got somebody wanting to come in. Spanky's here. Let me add him.
Bear with us, Spanky. You're going to have to press some buttons to
okay.
Around.
There we go.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good, you?
Good. Been listening. A lot of good advice.
Not too bad.
That's what we're here for.
Be good.
I'm just trying to figure out how to set my screen up here now.
Spanky, I think this is the first time we've ever really spoke, kind of.
Yeah, we've had comments back and forth, but that's about it.
Yeah, glad you're here. I was hoping you'd come on, actually.
Yeah, you got to have some eye candy on here, eh?
That definitely adds to it. Definitely helps.
That's true. Well, you got it over there. It's not here, that's for sure.
It's funny, we're saying, Spanky, I got some screenshots of it on my phone, but we're saying, we're talking about good-looking people. I think it was on Grandma's Crochet Corner either last night or the night before. But, Spanky, I said, Spanky's a good-looking guy. He's got a great smile and stuff like that. And everyone's like, yeah, he's a good-looking guy. So, you're much loved, admired.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, I got Debbie's blanket on my shoulders. I haven't parted with it at all.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is it cool there? I mean, it's too hot here for blankets.
Well, where I sit in my office, I got a register. I probably should shut it, but I got the air conditioner on, so it blows down on me. So
I got my air conditioner right over my head. I love cold air. I mean, look at how close this is. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah. Oh smokes.
That's a 36,000 BTU air conditioner set on 75.
That'll do some damage for cooling.
Oh yeah. Well, again, I'm always hot. That's the one thing about me. I'm always hot.
Yeah. I think Wendy's unwell, the feral grandma. Get well, Wendy.
Oh, really?
Best wishes to you.
Hold on. Still sick, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What she has. Hopefully it's not that flu that's going around.
Should be right.
Knock on wood, that's something I haven't had probably in about 7 years is a flu.
Wow. I get it about 3 times out of the year. But it's a 3-day thing. Headache, sniffles, nothing. I haven't had a serious flu since 1993.
That's pretty good. That's
I'm
a
trying to
couple
think
years.
the last time I had a jab.
My last one was a tetanus shot.
Other than COVID, once, I think it's 2018 when I had a jab.
Mm.
I've not had a COVID jab, but when I had a flu vaccine, like 2018, that was the last time I think I had a bad cold sort of thing.
My last shot had to be in 93 or 94, somewhere around there. It was a tetanus. I think it was 93 when I had that stepped on that rusty nail tetanus shot.
Yeah.
That's the last time.
Yeah, I get the flu shot every year the last 7 years. So I don't know if it's placebo or if it's just actually working or.
Yeah, maybe that's why you haven't got the flu.
Maybe, yeah.
So what's going on over there in Canada?
The weather, it's been really windy where I'm at this year for golfing and that. It's just been windier than usual. Hard to explain it, but you're out there in 40-mile-an-hour wind trying to sink a, even affects the ball on the putting greens. But our leadership up here sucks, so everyone's unhappy with the politicians up here, just like it is down there.
That seems to be true everywhere.
Yeah.
Kakistocracy, ruled by the least qualified.
It seems that way. You got to think that why can't good people go into politics because they don't want to put up with the baloney, right?
Well, they don't let them in anyway.
Exactly.
The good people can't get the financing. It's the bad people that get all the money because the bad people want them in there.
Yeah. Ooh, we're getting some interesting chat.
To a car show.
You said you got another chat?
Oh. Hold on. I'm going to press some buttons quick. Hold on. Jamette, I've told you this once already. I just told you just now. Yeah. Okay, don't ask again. Yeah. Jamette's a very sweet, very, very sweet person. Where are we up to? Sorry, I was fucking with the chat. Yeah, can everyone send best wishes to the feral grandma?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sending positive vibes.
Yeah. And Terry's going to a car show and she's hoping that they've got some really good sausage down there.
You know, I always like to carry a portable grill. And my friend David actually gave me a nice little grill setup last year. I haven't even used it because my truck's been broken. I'm going to make a video one of these days between engine cooking and portable grill. That's a great way so you never have to worry about what to eat.
That's the ideal situation, isn't it? I mean, a delivery that came today I got from Temu, £35, so like $45 US. I don't know what it is in Canadian. It's like an electric grill. You know, you can put a plate on it, or you can put the the zigzag grill thing. Then it's got like a hot pot next to it with separate things. So I'm thinking that's gonna be perfect for me because I can just turn it on,
right?
Like grill or heat my meat when I'm cooking in the slow cooker or the hot pot. I can fry my eggs in the morning. Ideal setup. I'm like, brilliant. I like my cooking utensils. I like things. That's one thing I am quite big on is like cooking and kitchenware. Like my bodybuilder, I eat a lot of food like bricks. My whole life is around food near enough, and I talk about nutrition. So it's definitely something I spend a lot of money on. Waste a lot of money on.
You know, it's funny because I'm the opposite. I'm about as far from a bodybuilder as you can get, and yet it seems like our lifestyle when it comes to food is very similar, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah. We eat for function, though, don't we? We with purpose. We also like what we eat. There's no two ways about it. I look forward to every single meal I eat. There's never a time I'm sat there thinking,
I do too.
Eat this again. Yeah.
I always look forward to eating. And the thing is, I never get hungry. This is the other thing. What Jonathan said is eating for function. I'm not eating because I'm hungry, and I'm not eating because I want to have some new exciting flavor. I'm just looking forward to the meat and some of the dairy and other things that I eat. And I don't even know what I'm going to eat until I walk to the kitchen. This is the funny thing. I open the refrigerator, I look, okay, what meat's been in here the longest? I'm going to eat that. And that's always the way it works.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you had more money, Rick, and you had like whatever food you liked in your fridge, I'm sure that you'd have a taste for different things each day. And you'd rather than be nice as your friend, it'd be nice to see you one day be to the point where you've. I know people, buy you food and stuff like that. When you go into a fridge, you pick out whatever you like. You don't worry about money, expiration dates, cost. What if I got to pick up it next time and get the deal from Glass? I don't know what it's called. Your shopping grocery marts. Not have to worry about finding food somewhere and getting it reduced. Coupons.
That's true.
That's one thing I'd wish for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Or having to go to the canal. Yeah. Go to the canal with a net or a crossbow.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if I did have money, it would be different because I wouldn't be living here. I'd be out in the country and I'd have my little house and I'd have my guest house and I'd be inviting my friends over. You want to come down? We'll have a barbecue. We'll do stuff together. And that's what would end up happening because if I had a lot of money, I'd be kind of bored by myself. So, and I might be going around other places. There we go.
Oh,
this is what food came in today. Yeah, this isn't like luxury food, guys. It's not premium. It's it comes from a store here called Morrison's. I'd say it's upper mid-range, but they do these chicken drumsticks fillets, so skinless, boneless. Not ideal for standard carnivores. For getting lean, they really help, and they work out $6 a kilo. So like 2 and a bit pounds for about £6. Yeah, 2 and a bit pounds for about $6. Just quite cheap. These are chicken thigh skinless boneless fillets on the right. They're a bit more pricey, but maybe $7. These just lean ground beef, 95%, 500-gram pack, so just over £1. And they're about $12 a pack. No, $6 a pack. So yeah, that's what came today. For anyone wondering what sort of food I buy and generally do eat, and it's actually Joe from Joe's Sleep and Slim Down Journey that got me into the drumstick fillets. Really nice, slow cooked. They've got like they're just drumstick fillets. They've got a bit of a tendon, collagenous kind of taste to some bits of them. They're very cost effective and they taste nice and they cook nice and they're quite lean. So yeah.
I got drumsticks over at Presidente for 58 cents a pound, and that's what I've been making heart attack chicken from.
Yeah.
And sometimes I get them from the dumpster. I've eaten food from the dumpster more than once. Beef, chicken, pork, whatever. If it looks good and it doesn't smell bad, I mean, the worst case scenario, I give it to the ducks. But if it's edible, I eat it myself. I'm not ashamed to eat out of the dumpster.
Yeah. I personally don't or haven't that I know of. But my priority in life is, like, above all, obviously paying my rent, but food. If I can't eat, everything goes to crap. So in terms of like hierarchy of needs, it's paying rent, food, medication.
If you watch I know you watch my bike rides. What are the normal places I go to? Home Depot, Harbor Freight Tools, and the grocery stores. I never go anywhere else. My whole life is tools and parts for my customers, food for me, and that's really it. There's nothing else to it. I don't have anything trendy.
Yeah, for me, gym, swim, sauna, about 3 times a week. See family whenever I do. Online food shopping most of the time. Care assistant comes around on a Thursday. I've got a very simple life, but it is very structured because it has to be. So, yeah, we're quite similar. What about you, Spanky? What's your sort of like average week like?
For food?
Food, lifestyle, stuff you enjoy, like things that you are things you don't like want to miss. I don't know.
Well, obviously it's in my name. I golf probably 6-7 times a week.
I thought you said you like to be spanked daily.
No.
I just saw the spanky bit and I was like, oh, spank.
Well, if the right lady comes along, I don't know, whatever. I'm open to ideas.
Yeah.
But no, right now when it's nice out, it's all about golfing for me, and the camaraderie with a lot of the guys I golf with. A lot of them are older gentlemen in their 70s and some 80s, and some of them still got some really good game in that. But it's the friendships, and the only problem with that is every year I seem to lose one or two of them, and it's kind of sad. But
That comes with life.
yeah.
Hey, bowling is my game. I got some bowling lanes. If they're still good, I get my house, I'm going to put my pin setters, and it's going to be bowling time.
I used to do that. I used to have my own bowling balls and all that stuff there, but when I was younger.
Yeah, but believe it or not, I have the whole setup. When they closed the bowling alley, I got 2 of the lanes. I had to keep them. Yeah, I got them in storage. I got the machines in here. Maybe one day you'll see me over there and bowling at my new place.
It's almost like, what don't you have?
Yeah, that's true. What don't I have? Well, I'm not rich, but I have a lot of stuff. That's why I
Yeah.
live in a storage container, basically.
Yeah, and food-wise, I'm ketovore. Like I'm probably 80%, 85% meat, and I'll add the odd salad and or yogurt with blueberries and stuff like that. And then I cheat the odd time. I'm like a lot of people. You have a craving, and I sub whatever the word is I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what happened to Jonathan there?
Maybe his camera, maybe his internet went out for a little bit. He'll be back.
The circle of doubt.
Yeah, technology. Sometimes it up. Okay, I guess he'll come back in. Let's see here. Get these comments. That's been a pretty interesting stream so far. I forgot Jonathan said about it. Okay, yeah. Oh, there he goes. Jonathan has returned.
There he is.
So, internet went a bit nuts.
There you go. I actually had I got hit, what was it, last week when I was on Mitch's live stream. I had a DDoS attack. I couldn't believe it. Why would they attack my IP? I'm a nobody.
What is that exactly?
Well, they start pinging or trace route or whatever. They send you so much internet traffic that your transmit is just blocked. So you keep receiving and receiving and receiving and receiving. And it knocked my router. Basically, it overloaded the modem and it knocked the router out. And I had to restart everything.
That's, I mean, I don't know if I've ever had that happen.
It's rare. I've had it happen a lot with corporate clients, but I never had it happen at my home. It was very strange because I was getting, the internet was lagging. I'm running, what is that open source? I keep forgetting what it's called. It's a Linux based. And I got in there and I kept getting all these trace route and pings. They were coming from IP addresses all over the world. And it just shut down everything.
Yeah, Joe's a very good singer. I'm not someone that like sits there and enjoys music for the most part, but waking up, someone singing in the shower, upbeat, I can't get over that. So what was that one, Rick? I just missed that one. So Rick from
what?
Thomas. So Rick would have a little house in the prairie. Yeah, that'd be ideal.
Little Laura Ingalls.
It's one of the top 10 things I want in this world. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Car shows. Yep. Maybe one day my car will be in drivable, good condition instead of rusting with a possum living in it. Yankee loves golf. Yep. Somebody, I think it was Barry, made a video about my van with possums in it. I thought that was pretty funny.
I think I saw that. That was pretty funny.
That and then the lizard queen ordering the lizard blizzard from the van.
Lizard blizzard.
I seem to be the subject of a lot of those funny videos. Oh,
Yeah,
there's my friend
you
Tim.
and Milton.
Hello,
There you
Tim.
go.
I want to give if I may, I want to give Tim a shout out. He has a channel. I wouldn't say he's not carnivore, I don't think, but he's kind of animal based. But he puts a lot of talks and stuff and chats about training and exercise stuff. So if you're into my stuff, you might like his stuff as well.
That's right. I always recommend his channel, and he's in his 40s and he's not slowing down. So there's no excuse. My friends that are in their 40s, I tell them this is the best time of life, and you're complaining about all your problems. You need to get off your rear end and do something.
Yeah, I agree. And when I was in my 40s, that was the best.
See? And,
not in my 60s, so.
Hey, you're still alive. 60s aren't that bad. There's quite a few people out there in their 60s. I mean, look at Kiltz. Kiltz is, 70 now?
You got a bundle of energy, that guy.
That's right. And he turned 70, I believe. Yeah, see? Jonathan met him.
I met him, yeah. He's full of beans. For like a 71-year-old, I was like, yeah, if I had his muscle tone and strength and energy at 71, I'd be thrilled. I couldn't ask more.
Exactly. And then again, I'm late 50s, and I've got plenty of energy. I figure if I make it to his age, I'll probably be just as energetic. Just bigger. That's all, because I'm taller.
Much bigger.
Yeah.
Short, is he?
You saw the picture. Well, I always have it in my intro, but you can see the picture of Kiltz with me and even with Adam Lacey from the Healing Humanity. I'm like way up there. It's funny. I mean, look, I'm taller than Dr. Baker. That's pretty unusual.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, somebody's asking if they can join the live.
Yeah, you got the link right there on my channel.
Sparks.
Yeah, hop on. Definitely get on top on. I'm gonna be going shortly to walk my dog just because it's part of my routine. If I don't do it, he gets wound up and he'll look at me funny. I don't like him with dirty looks.
Yeah,
I'll have to get off. Yeah. Eventually I'll get off because I'm going to be working later today. So you know how that is.
Yeah, try and take a bit of a mental break, Rick.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, for people asking about DC and I don't want to put pressure on the subject by saying we're going to do this, and this is when we're going to do it. But we are going to do something. It is going to be meaningful and run properly, and you won't be disappointed. Ring, ring.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. It was on your end.
Jamette, I've got a Labradoodle called George. I might be able to find a way to put them on the screen. Bear with me. You guys carry on chatting if you want.
That's a whole different show. Oh, that's funny. We got some funny comments as always. Can I join the live? You just have to click the link. That's all. I'll be 70 in August. There you go. See? You really don't look at. Yeah, no kidding. Nice. Kiltz is like an Energizer bunny. Yes, he is. Yeah. Always smiling and on the go all the time. But he did take the week off, so I guess he needed a break. He took the week off. Okay, he answered the question. Mr. Carnivore, do you ever eat carbs? No. I'm sure there's some carbohydrates in the cheese and yogurt, but not deliberately. Where are Carnivore Woman? Well, that's a good question. Where are they?
I got not in the same way this person asked it, but someone asked it when I started up Carnivore Team GB over here a couple of years ago. I thought, why do you not have women on? I'm like, women are welcome to come on. There's just not many Carnivore Team GB people that are female. If there are,
Exactly.
they're welcome to come on. You know, we actually went out of our way to find them, to invite them, and they didn't want to come on. So, you know, it's not. I'm not. I'm definitely not someone in our community who gets a bit flustered if it's women come on. I definitely don't mind females at all. So if you want to come on, please do.
I don't know. I pinned the link in my channel. Maybe they're on the other channel. That's weird.
Maybe.
No, Jonathan doesn't do cheat days. I know that.
No. Well, no. I mean, I'll have a treat day where I'm like, if I see an advert for something or something I enjoy, which is like, I know I'm going to enjoy this. Yeah, I'll have it if I'm not dieting for something and my guts are fine. But otherwise, no, I quite enjoy my food, my carnivore food. So.
Love women who love meat. Yep, I agree with that. I can't see a link posted in the chat. What channel are you on?
I'll post something and see if it comes through.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry's having her sardine fest today.
Well, her live is in 45 minutes, so.
Yeah. Out of respect to her, I'll definitely hop off then, and Rick, you might as well, I guess. I don't know. Whenever you want to.
Yeah, actually, I got to run too. Got to take my dog out for a walk. So the dogs run our lives, don't they, Jonathan?
I told my customer I'd get with them after 12:30, and who knows when they'll pop up. You know how that goes.
Well, if you guys wait about 2 or 3 minutes, I'm just uploading a video of my dog.
All right.
Because I've sent it to my email, downloaded it, but it won't let me post it, so I have to basically download it and share it that way.
Right.
Yeah, those songs are so good. So I want to make another shout out today, my second shout out. Grandma's Crochet Corner. She makes very good AI assisted music based on what people like, the preferences, their story, unique stuff on a channel. And she has a playlist called something like Jonathan's Bodybuilding tracks, something like that. Definitely worth listening if you like rock music and stuff like that.
I know she's made several songs about me and Mr. Milton. The one I think is Rick, don't eat duck food.
Yeah, there's some good songs. She did one for my dad and one for my son that were just very endearing.
All right, there we go.
I've just posted the link. It says Rick posted it, but Rick and I are sharing the same StreamYard, so I posted it, but it's from both of us.
Right.
Yeah. Right, is it downloaded yet? I think it is. All right, I'm going to play it.
There we go.
Aw.
He's a 8.5-year-old Labradoodle called George.
Cool.
This is what he's like before I walk him. So this will be a duplication of what happens in about 10 minutes time, probably.
Take me out for a walk, Dad.
Yeah, he loves it. That's my
birthday
hallway. Don't know when his birthday is, actually. So, with dogs' birthdays, they'd use just the first day of the month. I can't remember what it is, but Mum will remember.
My dog will be 10 in September 15th.
That's sweet.
Oh,
I think Milton's about 2 years old by now.
Aw.
Black Menace.
He gives me an assist to get up. It's quite good.
That.
That's George.
There you go.
He's precious.
Yeah, he's a very lovely dog. Good around kids. Doesn't ask for anything more than what he needs. He will attack cats, Rick.
Oh,
He will eat. He'll usually like trap them, then they'll run away. But yeah, he will attack a cat if it gets too close.
I don't know why they attack cats. Cats are so friendly. Well, except when Milton's mad.
Yeah,
Just keep-
when he's attacking you, though, Rick, that's pretty funny.
There we go.
This could be a troll. We'll see. Hello.
Hello.
They may need to turn their microphone and camera on if they haven't already.
Interesting.
Hello, darlings.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, we can't see your face.
Oh, I prefer not to. I've got like a severe burn in my face, which I'm quite self-conscious about.
That's not so bad. How are you doing today, anyway?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah?
Yeah, I'm all right. My tailbone's getting a bit sore. We always see me when I'm doing these live streams. Is I start like here, and end up about here. So I'm at the edge of my chair now, so I'm gonna hop off shortly. But yeah, whereabouts? I'm guessing you're from the UK.
Who's like who's it?
Can't hear very well.
Yeah, I'm from the UK.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm guessing down south somewhere.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a lot better.
Sorry, I was switching between earphone and phone.
That's all right. Yeah. You're from
Is
from
that
down south.
better now? I think there's a lag in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm from down south, yeah. Do you know Watford?
Yeah, I went there in October on the 19th and 20th. Quite familiar. Really hard to get to for me on a train. Remember that much.
I think there's a proper lag in it.
Yeah. should we go through? Should we carry on going through the chat to don't want people to get missed? Yeah. So Miss Mary turns 12.
Whereabouts are you from?
July. There's a massive lag. Can you use like a mobile phone or something which doesn't have a lag?
And there was silence.
No, I guess not.
I think it's just my phone, to be fair.
Yeah, there's about a 15-second delay in you responding to what we're saying.
Hello.
Hello.
Big batty girl, come on, pun me. Oh, I don't think these guys can hear me. Right, should we have sex, darling? Yeah, let's fuck. All right, bend over.
Oh my goodness.
That must be a first time, Rick.
That was interesting.
No, they pop up in a lot of channels. Never on my channel, though. That is the first time on my channel.
Yeah, they've been eliminated for good permanently.
Well, you were right. Oh.
Yeah, you called that one.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, you make the decision. They're covering the camera and okay.
Thumbs down.
Let's carry on, shall we?
Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't want to miss people's chat. Sorry. Yeah, very handsome dog. He is extremely energetic. He's got more beans than any other animal I know. He's extremely smart. To the point that I'd almost call him like a medical assistance dog. He knows if he recognized if I'm going to have a seizure in the past, so that's quite cool.
There we go.
Rick's in charge of admittance.
Let's see. Come on.
George is Carnivore, yeah. I think that's everything.
Hi, Desiree.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Oh my gosh. For the first time ever, I'm talking to the legendary Rick and Jonathan
Yep.
and Spanky.
Yes.
Wow. I'm a lazy bum today. You guys are not going to believe the night I had last night.
Don't tell us it's like the guy that was just on this channel.
Yeah.
Gee.
I stayed up until 5 o'clock binge watching Jerry's channel. I did.
Oh, wow.
There's so much to catch up on. Oh my god.
I like Jerry's channel.
Well, first of all, I didn't even know that she did lives until yesterday.
Really?
And yeah, I guess I thought, so I think, Rick, there was a Saturday, maybe you went through your like list of people that you're subscribed to, channels you're subscribed to. And so I was like, oh, I know that person. And then I would go in like subscribe to them, you know, just because you got to support your fellow people. I mean, I'm super new, but I'm like, I'll still support everybody, you know?
Yeah.
And so I subscribed to a bunch of people. And then, there was another live I was on. Maybe it was yours again. I don't know. But I was on another live with somebody. And we were all like subscribing to each other's channels. This was just maybe like a month ago. So I thought I had everybody, but apparently I did not. And so last night at Grandma's, John was on and he was doing a giveaway, and then he kind of talked about doing something today. And so I was like, wait, what? Jerry's got a channel? So I subscribed to Jerry's channel. So Jerry, I sub now. And yeah, I just kind of went back and just watched some videos, and oh my gosh, girl, you crack me up. You're crazy. So fun. But so yeah, so I just got up and now I'm out here doing my grounding. Just need to get out here and walk around in the grass for a little bit. My husband needs to mow, but it keeps raining, so I don't know. He'll probably mow today, maybe not. I don't know. But anyway, I don't really have anything super exciting to share. I just wanted to jump in. It looked like an opportunity to let everybody see my sleepy face. I probably still have pillow marks on my face, but I'm like, well, whatever. I'll just embarrass myself. Who cares?
I've shown a lot worse. We've heard a lot worse as well, just prior to you coming on. So
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I don't know who it was that wanted to join. I think Spanky was like, hey, somebody, wants to join. And then Rick was like, well, the link is right there. And I thought, that's weird. I don't see a link. And so I went looking, because it wasn't me that was asking. So I went looking for the link, and I'm like, there is no link. I even like backed out of it. I mean, I'm on an Android phone, and so who freaking knows? But I backed out of it, went to like your description. Nope, no link there. Because sometimes you'll have like the phone number where you can call. But I was like, nope, don't see it there. Went back to the chat. I can only see, and this is just for me, but when I join, any chat that has happened prior to me joining, I can't see that. I mean, I might be able to see like 1 or 2 minutes back, but I can't see all the way from the beginning. So yeah,
let's you go back to up to a certain point, maybe like
Oh,
well, I was trying to be helpful, but if you must, okay, just come back. So I go back in. So it lets you go back on the chat up to like a certain time period. So I don't know, say maybe 50 messages back or something. There's a function where you press comments or something like that, or a button, and it'll say show all comments, top comments that will usually show you everything. Failing that, usually we pin the message to the chat. If it's not pinned to the chat, we may have replaced that pinned message with something else, which is why you might not found it.
Yeah, because it wasn't pinned. And then I did see that Rick just like posted it as a regular comment, and I thought, oh God, don't leave the live stream now. I wasn't planning on joining, but then I thought, these people are so welcoming. They ain't gonna care. They're not gonna care that you just got up. So anyways, I was just getting ready to join, and I was scrolling up through the chats, and then I heard the prior person, and I was like, wait, what kind of channel is this? I'm like, I thought this was family friendly before.
Yeah. That surprised even me. My breath was taken away for a second. We had someone join after who was calling themselves Nick R. I think they made a mistake because it had their name typed in, and you could see them for a brief second. Then they covered the phone camera, so I'm guessing it's the same person but under a different phone or something.
Probably.
So we didn't permit them in.
Weird. I don't have time to do that. Jeez. I mean, I'm shy just to come on, as who I am.
Some people have no life.
Yeah, I've been on Grandma Crochet's Corners video with my phone at like 3 o'clock in the morning, topless. So I don't think it really matters too much.
Well, I got to see a lot of Kurt the other day. Never really met that guy, but now I've met him. So
there you go.
I was like, that's no shirt Kurt. I saw him before. By the way, seems like a very nice guy.
He is.
It just made me chuckle because the first time I saw him come onto a panel, he had no shirt on. And then I saw him come on Grandma's the other day, and I'm like, oh, this guy, he goes by Meathead, but he should be no shirt Kurt. It just made me chuckle.
There you go.
Well, the one time I did that, I got told off by some idiot saying, don't you know the blue light from your light bulb on your screen will give you cancer if you don't wear a shirt? I'm like,
what?
So you're telling me you've never taken your top off or shorts off or trousers off in your own home whilst the light's been turned on? Okay. It's that kind of level of hackery that I'm not into. To be honest.
Well, I will let you guys get back to your gentleman's panel.
It's not gentleman's panel.
It's anybody's panel.
There you go. Yeah, it's lunchtime. It's time to start cooking that heart attack.
You got to get brewing. You got to get started. I'm going to head off in about 1 minute because I need to go to the toilet and walk the dog because he's going to get really mad.
Yes, Jonathan, you have a very, very cute dog. Oh my goodness.
He's good.
He is adorable. I tried changing my camera so you guys could see my cat here laying in the grass. But it closed off everything, so I don't know what the heck happened. So I was like, okay, never mind. I'll just you'll just have to look at me, I guess, because I can't reverse the camera. But well, anyway, it was nice to have a chance to show my face. I'm a real person, and thank you, everyone in the community, for always being so kind to us newbies and so welcoming. I really appreciate it. So you guys all have a wonderful day.
Well, thanks for coming on.
We're all newbies, and we'll start somewhere. My advice is whatever Rick says.
Well, yes, he is the legend. He is the legend. All right, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
You too. Enjoy. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, lady.
My spiritual chronic illness pain video meeting starts in a second, so I'm going to tune into that and do a walk and talk on my phone with my dog. Yeah.
Yeah,
right, nice to see you both. Nice to see you, Rick, and I'll be in touch in due course.
All right. Thank you for being
All right.
here.
We'll see you guys
My
later.
pleasure.
Yes.
Right.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
All right. All right. So we're going to be ending this. If you want to catch another live, Jerry's on at 1. If you like watching someone drive around Wisconsin and give you a little wisdom, I'd go for that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and try to get my heart attack going before my friend comes over here, because I promised him I'd give him a hand. And I do have his chainsaw over there. You can see right here. The problem with the chainsaw, they damaged the chain. I got a couple of links that are sticking, so he's going to have to go to the Home Depot and get another chain. I'll get his saw working, and that'll be that. And then, if I get some time and my part comes in, I'm going to fix Bob. I'll try to make a video on that, because I got all the pieces apart. Once I got hydraulic seals, but this is what's called the gland nut. This is off the hydraulic cylinder. You can see it's Bobcat, so it's aluminum. The internal seals blew out. And this is what's left of the seal. And if you look, you can see it's all brittle. It broke. Look at that. So, no rubber and plastic failing. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. Let's check these comments. I missed a bunch of them, but we'll just catch some of the end comments here. Okay. And I was happy to have so many people come in. We had over 80 at one point. We're about 41 right now. Great show today. Thanks. And there's Joe's Sleeping Slim. Yeah, there we go. And Jamette and Thomas. Very good show, Rick. Well, thank you, Thomas. The reason it was a good show is because I had excellent co-hosts and guests. And the next time we do it, hopefully we'll get more guests. And as Tim says right here, Not for Vegans channel. And again, vegans are welcome here. And if you are a vegan and you want the world's best mangoes and avocados and you live in the Miami area, why don't you give me a call on my phone number? You can find it through my YouTube profile, and I will give you a box of delicious mangoes or avocados that you can enjoy. And even if you're not a vegan and you're my friend, you got access to it. Spanky says, bye, have a super weekend. Show us the kittens this week. I always do. And hopefully they'll be indoors pretty soon. I'm looking forward to that. Rick has a phone line and people can call in. That is correct. My rotary phone is always over here. And as you can see, it's a real phone with no bug in the phone. See, it's got the little mouthpiece in there, just like the old days. So when you call me, it's like you're calling the radio station up till the 80s or whenever they were taking it. All right. And we have the happy belated birthday. Yes, it was last week, but it was awesome. Everyone have a great day. Eat meat. Today is different. I hope that you're feeling better, by the way. Rick, you're the best. Always easy on the ears. Well, thank you. Thank you, because I have the best subscribers. She was cool. Have a great day from Terry Girl. And Ivy Wynette, bye to Spanky. And have a great weekend, all. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. And I'll be seeing you next week. Now, there are several options. Tuesday night is my time to be on the Keto Cookout. You want to join in, you can do that there, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I was scheduled Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. for the Dr. Kiltz live stream. I really don't know. He was off this week if they're going to reschedule it. But as far as I know, I'm on there. And you never know who might invite me. I was invited on Liz's channel last week. I may be invited again to another channel. So keep your eyes open. Whenever I get a link, I post it on my channel. So if you like watching me, I'm not sure why anybody would want to watch me, but if you do like watching me, just drop in and I'm there for you. And again, thank you so much for being here, for participating. We're going to end this. I don't have any of my usual gimmicks, but next week, if I'm back on the old computer, we'll have the old gimmicks that go with it. And again, don't forget to check out our carnivore associates. And don't forget to check out our non-carnivores like Tim And even Jonathan recommended his channel. So let's see if we can get Tim's subscribers over 1,000 in the next month or two. Let's see what we can do. I think we can do it. So we want to get all of our friends, carnivore, omnivore, vegan, vegetarian. We're all friends. Remember, we have more in common with each other than we do with the average person eating the sad duck food diet. And CB Carmack says, take care to all. Wendy says, bye all. Bye. Glad you are here. Mitch just dropped a new video. Well, Mitch was here earlier. I figured he dropped out to make a video. And don't forget, tomorrow morning, I think Mitch is going to be doing it, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The normal Kilts live stream is going to be in the hands of Mitch. So why not check it out at 10 a.m.? And again, I look forward to seeing you. Thanks, Rick. Bye all. And Jonathan says he's got, let's see, the symbol. Yeah, thanks all. And thank you, Jonathan, for being here, spending a lot of time. I think it was an excellent live stream. But then again, I can't remember the last time I had a bad live stream. So I'll be catching all you tomorrow morning, next week, or whenever. Thank you. And again, try to have the rest of your day, well, let's just say, unless you have a heart attack, in which case, if you do have a heart attack, you're good. But have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you. Why is this not ending?
I live with a condition called CRPS, which is the most painful condition known to man, and also suffer with autism and chronic fatigue syndrome. I've been having a hard time recently. I'm reaching out for help. If anyone is able to support me, it'd be much appreciated. And it is for a Give, Send, Go link, which I'll link below this video. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of this clip.